Year. Good evening. Well, night at this point for most of us. Thanks for coming out. Conversations in the Sewer, episode 15. Pain in the present. Poetry in the present. I already fucked this episode up. We're going to get started with two songs. First song is going to be We Live Underwater. And bot's taking forever to come in. I apologize for that.
Time and for what I got shit to show, but my slide rap guides on inside my room and I like it. Oh, and the room's gonna take my soul, I don't fight it. I work hard, I work fast and in silence. Looking up at 4 o'clock like where the time went. Drunk, yeah, I'm drunk again, so I'm trying to like it. She not dumb, she found out and she just like it. 2 o'clock in the night, could you call me? Could you help me? Could you save me from the state I'm in? All the things you said, you ain't mean them, and it hurts my heart. You know what you doing was deceiving, but you carried on. 75% of me is demons, but ain't mean no harm. They're just trying to take me while I'm breathing, but you're too alarmed. You see your decisions filled with reason. What the fuck is this? You and me to rot inside your wounds, cause you're a piece of shit. I should come and kill you, oh you're lucky I'm in peace with it. I should come and show you what it feel like when you hate to live. You see your decisions deal with logic, I'm not buying it. I just gave my heart to her before she started frying it. You said I should focus on the present, I've been trying it. So far it ain't working, but I'm fine with it.
Beautiful.
I'd just like to say I'm sorry.
Just as much my fault as it was yours.
Okay, the next song. Hang on, Discord. The next song is Victory at a Cost. I really like this one. Bot's already cooking the quality, but we're gonna ball anyways.
Perception has cursed me to soak up all blame. Just tell me it's your fault and I'll be okay. Cause I rip my clothes off to show you my frame. As you pick your weapons to scar up my face. For these flashes all sick with shame, it holds my guilt at bay, freed by your blade.
I don't even want to sing and mess it up, bro.
Think of home and changed. My soul has done the same. It's soaked in my shame. Wipe off the salt streaks, the tears left in their wake. I never expected to win in this way. An angel has died here alone on this day, and I was the one sent to clip down her wings.
Yeah. 15 episodes. How is everybody doing tonight? How is everybody feeling? We're here. I'm feeling alive. Episode 15 already, like chat said. Already episode 15 somehow. I think it's absolutely crazy. Words can't explain how thankful I am. One, to Sewer for giving us the material to talk about. Two, for Sil and Heber inadvertently taking on co-host, me coercing them into it. Three, for the community showing up every single week. Chat, I love y'all. Aqua here. Dolores Civic. Yo, who is that? You told us before, bro. What's your username again, bro? I know you. Sleepy, you're a goat, always coming through. Heber still in the chat already, bro. Doa's probably lurking around somewhere. Even if she ain't, bro, she's okay for missing 1 week out of the freaking 15 we've been live, bro. No hard feelings, but welcome, guys. Welcome to Conversations in the Sewer. Tonight is episode 15. Episode 15. I've said that a lot, bro, but like 15 weeks of us doing this, 15 weeks of people showing up. This is poetry in the present. This is the podcast that's from the people who built the community for those who live in it. And tonight I'm going to take another step back like I did last week. And I'm going to let Sil and Heber lead the way. But before I go any further, like always, every single week, I have to remind y'all what we got going on. There is an artist submission link in the description of every single episode. Please, even if you have already, hit that link and submit your music, your friend's music, a sewer song that you like, anything. My hope and dream is to use these submissions and eventually host a community festival. But in order to host a community festival, I need to know who the artists in the community are, and respectfully, 4 submissions isn't gonna cut it. So hit that link, guys. That is a call to action. Number 2, I made a suggestion post on Instagram, or feedback post. I asked, how are we doing so far? I mean, 15 episodes. I think people should have a good idea where we're at and what you want out of the channel if you haven't already chimed in. So go comment on the Instagram post that's asking how we're doing. I'll link it. I think it's already linked in the announcements. I'll link it in the description of the video too. If you don't want to answer on Instagram, you can always do /confess in any channel in the Sewerperson Discord, and we will see that. I have a channel that it goes to. I'll see your /confess if you do it in any channel. Tonight's episode is all about reflection. They're digging into Frost on My Grave and Outback Outro, 2 tracks that feel like different sides of the same coin. Heber and Seal are going to break down the meanings, the writing, and what these songs essentially say about where Sewer's at as an artist now. So sit back, listen close, and I apologize because I believe the screens might be messed up right now. So if they're not correct, I apologize for this fucked up entry, but let's give a warm welcome to our co-hosts of the evening, co-hosts of the podcast, Sil and Heber. Yay! Clap track, clap track, clap track, clap
Hey,
track, clap track,
Yeah, it's
how's
set up,
it
right?
going? How's it going?
clap track.
Hey, and it's already set up. So
Yeah, yeah,
like,
dude. We're so chilling, right?
yeah, looks like it's all good. Hey, the bot didn't focus up for now.
Oh, it's because the bot's gone.
I kicked it. I kicked
Yo.
it. Because I'll deal with that when we do the breakdowns. I'm going to change the screens. So when we start the breakdowns, the screens are going to be a little wonky for a second. I promise you, I'm working on it as soon as it happens. I forgot to do it when we were talking earlier. I forgot that the bot was going to be in the voice channel with us. So I probably could have kept it how it was before because Anyways, how are you guys doing tonight, Sil, Heber?
Oh, dude, doing great. Amazing. Excited for
I'm
this.
I'm also doing great. Excited to be here. Excited for everyone to see what we have. You know, we've been cooking. Me and Heber got a lot to say.
Sweet, good, bro. I'm excited. Um, Sil, how did it feel last week to do your first live episode with us?
Bro, before I started, as you know, and as I said, I was kind of like scared as hell. Like I was so nervous because I was like, yo, what if I mess it up? But now once I was in that zone, if that shit felt so natural, that felt great. Like it felt honestly very similar, if not even better than when we did it pre-recorded, because it was like we're getting the live feedback. We're hearing everyone's like immediate like takes on the opinions and everything. Yeah, it's so fascinating to be a part of.
Yeah, bro, when it's live, it's a whole different aspect. It feels alive. You're getting the contributions from the community and everything. And I feel like that episode was so well received while we were live too. I feel like people were engaged. It was a fun episode.
Hell yeah.
Sweet. Um, Sil, why did you choose to break down Frost on My Grave?
So initially, my thoughts on picking Frost on My Grave to kind of dissect was a lot of the way the third verse made me feel, and the way it kind of spoke volumes about Miles's kind of dedication to his craft and how important he thinks it is, and the levels he's brought it to in this last year especially, but also since the beginning. But as I started to dive deep into it, and when I was going through the intro, I kind of realized how insightful it was into his thoughts on the past, but also the thoughts on himself in the present, and how he's matured and learned to deal with things in a much more healthy and mature way.
God damn. Great answer, dude. That's a great answer. Heber, why did you choose Outback Outro? Other than it being
Oh,
a sick
okay.
song.
Oh, yeah, 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 for sure. It's a sick song, but when I talked to Seal about like what's considered like present, how far back could we go, and he said like he would consider like the other up to the other lands and then forward. It's like somewhat recent. So I just kind of went through the discography for a while, and then I got to Ouroboros, the song like right before this, in the album. Uh, and something really struck me with that one. But then this song played right after, and there was like so many more thoughts that I had, and like deep thoughts, and also I was reminded about like thoughts that I had when I first heard the song, and it was just like it was a lot of thoughts, per se. And I was like, wow, dude, there's just so much. I mean, and it wasn't even from like really observing the song as a whole. It was just from like like a couple specific set of lyrics, Um, and so that alone made me pick the song because I was like, wow, this is oh, and then, and all the comments were also like, yo, this is super deep. I'm like, yeah, this is actually like this is a pretty banger, yeah.
It's a sleeper, bro, because I told you guys, bro, like I didn't hear it like that until I started listening to it for the purpose of breaking it down. Um, Very thankful that both of you chose both of these songs because Frost on My Grave has a Kimpe production credit, and that's my goat. So shout out to Beats by Kimpe. If you see this right now, bro, I'm gonna send this to you, so you better see it. Shout out to Kimpe. If you make music, go check him out. And that song's sick. Frost on My Grave has such a good meaning. It's on the Miles Per Hour albums. The last song he's released, as Sil pointed out in his Instagram posts, like, no, that was you, Heber. That was you, Heber. Wasn't that? You said
What?
breaking down the last song that Sewer dropped?
Oh, yeah, the latest song.
The latest song, yeah, bro. So
Yeah.
keeping it real current with that one, like, that's
Yeah,
fire.
for
And
sure.
last week you
the
said
most-
something about that, Sil, too. You said something about Frost on My Grave, too. What did you say?
I said, yeah, that's a good. That's a question. Like,
cameras blinding his vision.
yeah,
Yeah, you said he alludes to that in Frost on My Grave too. And yeah. And then you started talking about how much you liked that song, so I'm glad that you chose that. It's kind of a build up. You kind of foreshadowed, you know.
bro, it was written in the stars, bro. I'm telling you.
Facts. Do y'all have anything to say before I just pull in the bot, screw up the screens, and start Frost on My Grave?
I have nothing to preface this song with, except for this song, even though it's the most recent song that he's released, recency bias cannot cloud just how impactful and important this song is in his discography and what it marks for him. So I'm glad and I'm thankful to be able to break down this song tonight.
Let's go. Heber, you got anything before we get started?
Just to quickly mention that, you know, this is not only the latest song, but it's like the last song on the latest album, you know. I think that adds to the song a little bit. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll get into it.
All right, cool. Without further ado, I'm gonna pull up the lyrics to Frost on My Grave. Like I mentioned earlier, the cameras are going to mess up, and I will work to get them fixed within a minute or two that it takes. So bear with me. I apologize, my friends, for being not prepared. But this is Frost. Oh, I started Steam. Nice. This is Frost on My Grave by Sewerperson, produced by Jabari on the beat, beats by Kimpe, and Mello. Oh, shout out Mello, bro. That's another credit. That's fire. Yo, Sewer's going real, like, he's giving everybody chances now, dude. Like, that's so fire to see. That's so fire to
He's
see.
gonna get everyone on there, bro.
Facts. I love it too because there's so many production styles that can blend together. So when you get Kimpe's like R&B aesthetic loops, which is probably I'm gonna ask him what he did on this song specifically, but Kimpe's huge on sending out loops and stuff. So when you get his loops and somebody else's drums, and then Jabari just ties it all together with the actual production, bro, it's crazy. This song turned out so well. So I'm gonna stop yapping and play this and fix the screens, and let's get started with these deep dives. Thanks everybody for coming out tonight. Sewerperson, Frost on My Grave. I'm fixing the screens, I promise.
So here's the message I'm sending out to Jabari on the beat.
I took sound, I hit you first, I thought you missed me more. Maybe I'm way too deep, nigga, shit, no, I'm reading it wrong, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm coming out the trot and shot my life, I'm losing friends. Let's see how the envy from inside these broken men. Took me a while to get where I'm at, so there's no way I'm giving it up. I took too much of the party, I'm good, though I'm probably throwing it up. So come outside, it's cold air, blew my high, I'm impaired. But my sight, so damn clear, I'm alright, baby. Different time, different zone. Where I've been, I can say. When I die, take me home. I need fries on my grave. Take me and bury me deep in the north. Right with the dirt, the hardest. The top of this shit is my target. I'm dying happy, just knowing I'm marked. But I'm like, maybe I needed a hint. Then I'm good on my own, shit changing. You like, cameras a shot of my vision like I'm going blind, just walking the stage. As soon as I get my mind right, I so brutal, I get messy. As soon as I see that red light, you wanna dress like, girl, don't tell me. Everywhere I go, everything I do, Everything that happened, let me write to you. Everything they say, everything they use, it don't hurt at all. I'm so bulletproof. So where you wanna live? Where you wanna move? I could buy the house, baby. I'll take care of you. I know it's word of mouth, but words is what I use. It's my fucking job, and I'm good at what I do. So come outside, it's cold air, it blew my high. I'm impaired, but my sight so damn clear. I'm alright, baby. Different time, different zone. Where I've been, I can't say. When I die, take me home. I need fries on my grave. So come outside, it's cold air, it blew my high. I'm impaired, but my sight so damn clear. I'm alright, baby. Different time, different zone. Where I've been, I can't say. When I die, take me home. I need fries on my grave.
Such a beautiful song.
Man, feels great to kick off the night with Jabari the same way we ended it last time. It just feels right.
The GOAT, one of the GOATs of the underground, who has many, 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 many mainstream placements that you would never know. Just saying.
Facts.
Go.
You'll see some crazy shit on the Jabari YouTube channel, bro. That might be going crazy.
So this one is Sill's breakdown. So I'm passing the floor over to our buddy Sill right now. Go crazy, man.
I guess there's only one way to start off the breakdown, and that's by jumping straight into it. So, Frost on My Grave's intro kicks off the vibe in such an immaculate way. It sets the tone for Miles to talk about the ways in which he's come to feel clarity in a lot of aspects in his life, especially in terms of relationships and general life experiences, and the way he handles himself. The intro has this air of reminiscence, even right off the bat, and it sets up the track to feel like the essence of early Sewer. And it has the vibes that feel like an amalgamation of everything him and Jabari have worked for thus far, effectively making this project, and this song very specifically, the ultimate expression of everything they worked for. We see the strides that Miles has taken to improve his pen and his flow and the ways he interacts with Jabari's beats, but also the ways in which Jabari has made strides in his elevations that he's had to come to in order to work with Miles and push Miles to his limits. This song is everything that they've been telling us about for so long, and the amount of pride that comes through in this song shows just how true that is. The first two lines have some very fun and just general good wordplay that, in opposition to the idea of the track, kind of shows that even when we feel like we have the most clarity in our lives, you're never going to be free from ways in which can cloud your judgment and your vision. One of the most kind of entertaining and fun things about this line is the fact that Miles uses the gram to mean both the vibe, you know what it is, but also exactly what we're smoking. And it's kind of a really fun and subtle, impactful layer that starts off the song to set up the texture that he's going to sprinkle throughout. Moving straight on from that, we have, "This is the only thing got in my head. I'm the same guy that you had known." These lines are another classic staple of kind of a lot of older Jabari and Miles collabs, furthering that same feeling that this is the culmination. It shows that through all the times that they work together, nothing special about their collabs has changed. There's still that really special essence that shows why they work so well together. And by Miles making that decision to still have that same kind of energy from older tracks like, Breaking the Exosphere and a lot of the songs off the Comet album, it gives this very nostalgic feeling. But more specifically, these lines feel so reminiscent of Breaking the Exosphere because of the way it deals with how people view Miles and the ways that he thinks well, they think he's changed or their perceptions of him has changed. The song has "I'm the same guy you had known" versus "Breaking the Exospheres." She told me I changed. She don't remember who I am, but I could feel the chakra in my hands, and I just got some sewage on my pants. It shows such a difference in clarity and maturity between then and now, and offers us kind of a look at how Miles used to value external perceptions of himself, as opposed to now when he values the ways in which he knows himself and the clarity that that brings him in this day and age. I think such small kind of impactful word choices really adds to a lot of the things that Miles might not have said so outwardly for so long. I was speaking to Heber about this earlier, you know. It's been kind of a long time since we've had a project where Miles so directly like not reflects, like talks about himself and kind of infers much more deeply about how he's feeling or his view of himself. We've had so many concept albums recently and a lot of stories and just songs that are dedicated to him trying to craft his pen even more. But this album, and more specifically this song, is kind of a return to that in a sense. And it's grounding us in a reality where Miles is allowing himself to feel more human and be more at peace with himself while still trying to work at his grind. Before I get onto the next two lines, because I have a lot of room for these, Dav or Heber, did either of you two have anything about the first few lines of the intro that you'd like to touch on?
I kind of just see I kind of see just the whole intro kind of just like setting the stage,
Okay.
painting the picture. Um I don't really have anything specific wrote for that or noted. It just seems like he's, you know, painting the landscape. Um yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
just
I
setting
mean,
it setting a cold landscape, an empty headspace. Um that's pretty much it so far.
hell yeah. I'll Heber, did you have
Oh,
anything, or do you also want to wait till like
uh,
the end of the intro and kind of come with your thoughts?
no, I just wanted to quickly go off of like what you were saying in terms of how this song is like one of the first, or not this song, but this project is one of the first to go back to like talking about himself a little bit through his craft. Because it made me think back to like even with like the last year's Jabari album, there maybe wasn't as many like songs like that even. Just being surrounded by so many concept albums. What's it called? And I think that goes along well with what you were saying earlier with like the Nine Tails vibe, perhaps just because Nine Tails is where like the what's it called? It was majority like self-reflection through the songs, you know.
Yeah.
Like this concept stuff really like came in later, or But yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess following on from those two lines, we have, yeah, goose inside my jacket, mid-December, and it's snowing. I took out my heart because I don't need that where I'm going. The first part of these two lines is functionally different when used alone and offers a fun triple entendre, but when paired with that second line, shifts the meaning and offers us a look at how Miles is now able to have a healthier relationship with alcohol and use it more recreationally without abusing it in its entirety. It's a very subtle and first look that sets a lot of his appreciation and confidence in his ability to have a much healthier understanding of himself, which is something we saw him try to seek both in Ugly and Breaking the Exosphere last week. First off, with Goose Inside My Jacket, mid-December and it's snowing, it has the obvious meaning of wearing, Canada Goose, jackets which are very notable for the extremely cold, snowy winters that Toronto is known for. But then, secondly, we have the goose inside my jacket, which could also just be Grey Goose vodka, which studies have shown it's been known to give a very false sense of warmth. You know, there's a whole category of alcohols that are used for the purpose of warming you when in combination with other things. But vodkas like Grey Goose and other sorts give you a false sense of warmth that actually cool you down instead. They make you much colder. But the final layer to this line is kind of completely different until you compare it with the second line here. Goose inside my jacket, as I said, bleeds into the second line because geese are inherently quite emotional animals and have been known to exhibit like a very wide range of emotions, such as grief, affection, social empathy, all very human things that Miles is so vastly known for. And then it leads into the second line where he says, I took out my heart because I don't need that where I'm going. Effectively saying that he's removing those emotions so that they don't disrupt the buzz that he intends to chase. But that links back to the initial point because it shows an understanding that he knows how to chase the buzz now without it completely hindering him and taking over his life in a way that it once would. You know, he has that healthier relationship that he's been looking for so long. I took out my heart though adds a very nostalgic layer of protectiveness from emotions, but also folds in a way that suggests he is trying to be healthier. Knowing that something like excessive alcohol abuse can very easily lead to heart failure changes the line in a way that makes it mean almost that he doesn't want to die. He's trying to protect his heart from something that could kill him, but he still wants to feel the fun part of the buzz. Leading on from that with, yeah, what's inside this pill I took? Now I'm inside the storm. It kind of starts to end the intro in a bit of an abrupt way. Or at least that's how I originally saw it. Because adding this very sporadic air of chaos with I'm inside the storm gives this song a very weird and discomforting meaning when you don't pair it together with the final line, which we'll get into on its own. But here, these two lines complement each other very well, and while not completely insane lines lyrically, they add a very subtle callback and acknowledgement to the times in Miles's life where he was probably consuming so many substances that he would literally get lost in the storm. And I think that having these two lines be written in a way that they lend themselves to a lot of the erratic behaviors that Miles was probably exhibiting when he was in the depths of his substance abuse, it kind of frames things in a way that shows he has that much more clarity and his perspective has shifted in such a way that it shows leaps and bounds in his maturity. Now, initially, before I listened to this a couple of times, I never caught the final line of this intro. And it wasn't until kind of noticing it, I went back and deciphered it and transcribed it on my own. And so I initially heard this lyric layered under the producer tag, and it was very muddled. I used a software to extract the raw vocals as best as I could in order to try and transcribe it. And you'll see on the Genius, I even annotated it that it is quite rough. So underneath the Jabari producer tag, we have just wanna sleep inside it. I can't help it. I'm sad it's gone. And I wasn't going to include this initially, but I think it provokes a lot more thought from the two lines that come before it and kind of disrupts that very sporadic feeling to frame more clarity. And that's what this song is all about. Because in context of those two lines and the song as a whole, it adds a lingering feeling of yearning that does continue to trail throughout the song from this point on. And that in part shows us a part of Miles's brain that still sometimes craves the comfort he used to feel when he was complacent and when he was in the depths of his substance abuse. And he makes it known that in some small part he is partially sad over the comfort that that provided him. I assume that he obviously doesn't regret the negatives that that caused him and kind of the way in which it disrupted his life. But if you've ever been so deeply addicted to something, or you've been in a place that has caused you so much hurt, sometimes you'll find yourself still craving the comfort because even though it's not something good, it's something you know. And it's very easy to become attached to something you know, positive or negative. There's also likely a part of Miles that was so used to sleeping in the midst of all of this chaos that kind of both mentally and literally he's learned to find comfort so deeply, and him using that in a way that kind of talks about it as the storm and finding comfort kind of shows in some part just how probably very messed up he was when he was so deep into his substance abuse and was so deep into the emotions. You know, something like that can really truly ruin you. And even when you're past it, you'll still always find yourself yearning for at least the normalcy of it or what felt normal about it.
Or just like be sad it's gone, you know, like the lyric says,
Yeah,
pretty much.
exactly. So, Heber, Dev, I know Dev, you said you had something about the whole kind of the whole kind of intro.
So I'm just like, I said that I was gonna write notes so I wasn't dumbfounded, bro, but you just blew my mind with the goose inside my jacket. Like, it's so obvious that that could be alcohol too, bro. Like Grey Goose. I used to drink Grey Goose.
Yeah.
I was like, goose inside my jacket, goose feathers. Ooh, he's flexing a little. You know, he's flexing. It's mid-December. He's snowing, but he still took his heart out, type thing. Like, that's the direction I was going. I took this song so literally.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's not like, you know, like you always say and like everyone always says, that's your interpretation. Like it might be literal, but everything is grounded in reality when it comes to this. You know, it has its meaning to you and the meaning you found in it. And I think that, I mean, you even saw, I didn't even include that myself. That's something I didn't think about. And I think that's so, it's so unique that, you know, in the ways that we interpret things, like all three of us view things so vastly different. And it's apparent, it will become more and more apparent throughout the night just how different kind of our perspectives on everything are song wise, you know?
Sick, bro. I kind of said what I
I,
had. Um, Basically that he's just setting the landscape. Um, and I kind of touched on the line I took out my heart because I don't need that where I'm going. It's showing him it's him showing his common theme of basically rejecting his emotion as a coping or a defense mechanism to essentially frost, you know, freeze and harden himself. Um yeah. Damn, so I'm dumbfounded, bro. I don't really have anything else to say after that.
how about you, Huber? What's your
Um,
kind of notes?
I was just kind of thinking how surprised I was how like the how do you say the interpretation of like I guess himself I guess in this just because like he's talking about his motions, you know, essentially in some sense. I guess because for some reason every time that I listen to like Sewerperson music now, since it's been so many like concept albums and music, uh, but with a lot of like this album, I didn't like even though it's clear that it's like him talking about like his feelings sometimes. I for some reason my mind just like says no to that and just doesn't accept that for some reason, or because my mind is always like well, maybe that's not like, or maybe it's because like I don't know, dude. For some reason, my mind just doesn't. But I totally. But what you're describing, I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. I could totally see how it could be viewed that way. And for it to be viewed that way, because I mean, and it's very likely that that's exactly what it is. But it's cool that you're describing it this way.
Yeah, I mean, you even heard me say earlier when we were talking Heber, like I had such like last week when we did breaking the exosphere, I had such like a hard time kind of breaking that down and coming with full notes because I had no idea how to look at like the rap songs, through a lens that was like so different, you know. It's we move from this very archaic writing style with like ugly and all these concept albums that we've got now to kind of some in some sense almost Nine Tails-esque rap songs, that are in some part like much more directly about himself. And it's hard to shift that lens and kind of look at things in a way that like, oh, like this is him, like let's look at the ways in which this applies to his life or ways that things might connect kind of outwardly and the dots we can kind of like pinpoint on the map of Miles, so to speak.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well, we ready for verse one then?
Fuck yeah,
Hey,
bro.
yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah.
I'm
So
ready.
starting
I'm
off verse
ready.
one. Starting off verse one, we have I touched down and I'm hitting you first. I thought you missed me more. Maybe I'm way too deep in this shit and I'm reading it wrong, I'm sure. Now, verse one has its own intention here. It kicks off with Miles's semi disappointed disillusionment, in which he starts to talk about having to be the first one to initiate conversation, even despite being told things like, I miss you more. Uh, However, unlike the past where he would fret over it, making him vehemently sad, while he would still religiously cling to just the idea of the same person, something that's evident in old Nine Tails music. We have songs like "You're the One I Dream About," "Love Me," "Don't Leave Me." We even have "Scissor Hands" that is very close to that same idea. But we even have that in sewer songs like "I Love You," "Signs," "Are We Okay?" But here, it's not Miles clinging to this idea like we see in so many songs in the past. It's very much a lot more apathy and this expectancy, showing this very noticeable shift between him when he was deep in desperation and him now as he's matured and learned more about himself and learned how to be happier while alone. He ad-libs the second line's "missed me more" with the same thing, very much echoing the sentiment of how things really haven't changed around him. It's more so just he who has changed. And the people he finds himself connecting with still have all those same tendencies, but he doesn't look at it through a lens of malice and like hurt. It's instead a very momentary kind of unnoticeable exhaustion that coats this line in a long known tiredness surrounding this subject. You know, for as long as he's been making music, it's been very evident that the ways in which people have treated him, it tires him as much as it hurts him. But now we're left with apathy and exhaustion. It's different, but there is still a hint of the old him there. The third line, though, is delivered in a way that is laced with, frankly, a lot of sarcasm and kind of shows the depth of his familiarity with the ways in which people act or have acted towards him. And I'm reading it wrong, I'm sure, continues the previously mentioned disappointment and the predictability of the things in his life, and exhibits the exhaustion here emphatically with the ad lib and the way it's delivered. You'll notice it's such like a disillusioned ad lib. Like the delivery on it is very flat. There's nothing to it. It's just the word yeah. You know we see so many other times in this song and in other songs like his ad libs are they're there for texture and substance. But here, the substance is that there is none. Moving on, we have I'm cutting off this rotten side of my life, so losing friends. Let's see how deep envy running inside these broken men. Now, the first of these two lines kind of describes a lot of the parasitic and blood-sucking nature of the friends that have came and went in Miles's life, labeling them very much as rot, acting as a symbol of basically the negative ways in which they've been embedded in his life. And before bleeding into the second line, the use of so losing friends is delivered in such a way that makes it seem very unconvinced that they were real friends and that he will ever kind of acknowledge them as such. You'll notice that he echoed the word friends too, and that same like artificial kind of fake voice that we see in a lot of newer songs. But here it's a very much artistic expression to show that they are in fact artificial friends, you know, and it's a reminder of a lot of the manufactured friendships that Miles has probably experienced in the times since he's been making music. But as line two comes in, he addresses the previous line's raw as what it really is, envy, showing that for a lot of those who do come in and out of his life, their priorities and true nature is nothing short of completely evident through their actions. But the fact he chooses to say, let's see how deep, insinuates that part of Miles has learned to get at least a little bit out of a kick, watching the levels that people around him will stoop to in order to be a leech, you know, in order to siphon his energy and everything else that he offers. Before I move on, do either of you have anything about the first half of verse one?
I'm gonna save it till the end.
Oh, okay. Heber?
Oh no.
Okay, that's good. In that case, we have took me a while to get where I'm at, so there's no way I'm giving it up. Which is a line that is very important to Miles's past, including his struggles with addiction, substance abuse, his mental health struggles, and how far he's come in terms of being able to reconcile a lot of his struggles, and also the journey in his musical career. His transformation from the sad guy rapper he was constantly labeled as for so long when he was Ninetales to the underground's modern day Shakespeare that we now know as Sewerperson. Such a pivotal shift that he's made from his first songs to now is nothing short of a peak example of Darwinian evolution. As we've seen him continue to reach new heights countless times, he continues to rewrite his own boundaries and shape music in a way I don't think we've ever seen before. An important thing about this line is the immense surge of pride that you can feel or hear, and is very evident in the delivery when he talks about just how far he's come in his life. Much to the point of the song, and similar to the ways we saw in Breaking the Exosphere and Ugly, this is a very perfect example of clarity and introspection, in which we see Miles for the first time in this song begin looking appreciatively at his strides and his talents, especially not so blatantly. It's not so often we see Miles be so proud of himself, especially not so blatantly, but you can hear how deserved and how right it feels for him to be able to say this at this point of his life. Immediately after that, with I took too much at the party, I'm good though I'm probably throwing it up. Ending the verse like this is that subtle further recognition of his newfound and much healthier relationship with substances, and shows that, you know, now that he's gotten older and weaned off them, his tolerance for taking as many as he used to has lowered quite substantially. But also the line "I'm probably throwing it up" is another reference to Miles purging something from his system, where 12:42 a.m. uses "purging all my negatives, I'm feeling clean, but I am starving" to expose some of his innermost parts in a very gory way. But here he uses that same sense of purging in order to show the ways he's learned to protect himself from getting too deep and reaching a point of no return. we see a very clear duality between the negatives of the ways he's purged in the past, but now the ways in which he purges in order to keep his body feeling pure and at its best. The confidence that he has when he's saying these lines is really evident of a lot of the faith that he has in himself now compared to a lot of the times in his life where he'd have folded and relapsed without consequence. Before I get onto the chorus, either you guys wanna touch on anything about the last few lines?
So my whole, I have a something to say about the whole verse. I wanted to see what you were gonna say for the last before I just like um
Okay.
basically I think I interpreted this like I said earlier literally. So he's kind of returning to his old friends, returning to everybody after it could be a tour, it could be prolonged like an absence due to him collecting himself, getting himself together, his journey to sobriety, from alcohol, more specifically the substance abuse that you're talking about. I believe he went to rehab for it. So it could be him coming back to people after rehab and him thinking, oh, like people missed me, blah, 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 blah. But he realizes how distance and his personal growth has changed everything. So him cutting that rot is him losing the friends, losing the dead weight just to stay sane. Because he notices if he falls back into those tendencies with the same people, he could go right back into it. And
Yeah.
while we concluded with the intro on this that he could miss it, he's sad to see that it's gone. He yearns for it still. I mean, it's clear that he knows what he's doing is right for him. So I feel like this verse is starting to show the emotional frost. It's learning that peace sometime comes with that distance instead of being so close. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I had to say for first. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fire. Yeah, no, I think I do completely agree with that, and I think that
Yeah.
that's probably very true to his story in a lot of senses. I feel like that physical distance is probably one of the most like kind of dehumanizing things to some people, but I
Mm-hmm.
think in the strides he's taken, that he's learned to understand that in the past where that would have kind of alienated him, here has kind of grounded him. Like
Yeah.
it's been very much a positive force that's allowed him to look through a much brighter lens, as it were. Yeah, absolutely.
Facts, dude.
That's fire.
And I completely agree how you highlighted the took me a while to get where I'm at, so there's no way I'm giving it up, as opposed to the old lyrics, how it used to, this is a change in attitude. That's not in my notes or anything, but you pointing that out, I completely 100% agree with that, because the delivery, not just in this verse, not just in the intro and the verse, but the whole song, the whole album, more or less the music we've been hearing lately is so confident in his ability. Like he knows he has
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Yeah, it's such a noticeable jump. Like even going back to kind of even going back to Screwy and comparing his confidence on Screwy to his confidence right now on Miles per Hour, night and day. Did
Wow.
you have anything you wanted to add, Heber?
Yeah, just with those last two, or with the last two lines, that took me a while to get where I'm at. What's it called? I think you really hit the nail with like calling it, I guess, Darwinian evolution. I would just call it evolution, but yeah, but what's it called, dude? Dude, Deb's reaction, so that was so funny.
Did you see
But
me Google it, bro? I was like I know the
yeah.
theory of Darwin, but I was like Darwinian evolution. Like that's so
Bro, I didn't
crazy.
even see all that. I was too locked into speaking, bro.
but it relates
I'm-
so well to what you were saying about just the song in general and like what the song kind of like says about where he's at currently. And this line kind of well, I mean, it highlights it, you know, that it took a while to get where he's at, you know. Um and yeah, it just relates to I think a lot of the rest of the song in terms of just the evolution, how much this is like how do you say, like a checkpoint piece almost, like this is like where he's at, you know, in comparison.
yeah, absolutely. I agree.
You sill, bro. Darwinian evolution, bro.
That was
Bro,
a good line.
I don't know what I was on when I wrote that one. I was just locked in, bro. The fucking modern day Shakespeare, Darwinian evolution. I was checking
Modern
everything
day
off on
Shakespeare, dude, for sure.
Buddy checked out thesaurus.com real quick.
that. Held that fucking Merriam-Webster, bro. I was
Yeah,
sat there
man.
like, yep, we can use this one.
Nah, you a smart cookie, bro. That's why I'm happy that we have you here.
Happy to be here, bro. Always. I guess without further ado, the chorus.
Yep.
So, start of the chorus we have, so come outside this cold air, it blew my high. I'm impaired, but my sight's so damn clear. I'm alright, baby. The start of the chorus adds very much appreciated lightness to the track to contrast with a lot of kind of the heavier and more real ideas that come before it. You know, it's still a positive track even despite those, but having this kind of light funness, it kind of starts to shift the perspective of the song in a sense. These lines very easily act as a sweet reminder of Miles's sobriety and seeing him so kind of humanly admit, you know, that his highs are now impaired by something as small as a cold breeze where, you know, in the past it would have taken him like quite literally so much to kind of break him out of that. It shows that it feels very kind of unnatural to him at first, but as we fall into those next two lines, we start to see with "but my sight so damn clear, I'm all right, baby." That kind of hints at the fact that this mitigation of his high isn't unwelcomed, and it's probably very refreshing for him to be able to snap in and out of moments of clarity and lucidity so easily compared to times in his life where he was probably trapped so deep in a haze that it would take him days, sometimes even longer, to kind of recalibrate himself. You know, even in a song like even in a song like "Breaking the Exosphere" in the intro, you know, we have the ad lib from RSVP where he says it took a lot to recharge me. You know, like it's very evident that he has been stuck in kind of those motions before. Right after that was "Different Time, Different Zone," where I've been, I can't say. These lines technically don't offer a lot in context of the entire song. They kind of have their own special place. And it suggests that in Miles's eyes, he operates on a completely different wavelength than most people can. And as a result of that, you know, him saying "where I've been, I can't say" becomes a much more eloquent way of Miles saying "if you know, you know," while still sounding very memorable and being very important to the chorus. You know, it shows this disconnection that he's had for so long. But rather than a lot of times where he's mentioned how alienated he feels, you know, and all the times he's talked about, you know, being taken back home to the motherland, all that sort of stuff. You know, here it's just, hey man, if you know, you know, but if you don't, that's all right too. You know, it's it's a much more positive and kind of realistic outlook that not everyone is meant to understand things the same way, and not everyone is meant to be on the same wavelength. But those who are can relate, you know, and I think that's very important for this song. Following that, though, with "When I Die, Take Me Home, I Need Frost on My Grave," I have so much to say about these two lines, more than I probably have had to say about any two lines in a song I've kind of analyzed so far. But these two lines are so absolutely well written that I'm honestly not sure where to begin. For lines that are so very short, they have way more to offer than they should. And they set themselves as an example that sometimes less really is more, both in quality and effect. The first line that we have here, "When I die, take me home," when operating by itself, it operates with the same sentiment that a lot of people share and when they contemplate dying, being that nobody wants to die somewhere they don't feel safe or comfortable. And Miles is absolutely no different in this case. He's just as human as the rest of us in some aspects. And I think that's very important to remember when looking at the music. It's easy to look at a Sewerperson song or a Ninetales song or any of your favorite artist songs and be like, wow, man, like that's my idol right there. But it's harder to admit that the people that you idolize and the people that you love are still just people too. And I think it takes a lot to both for us and to Miles himself to be able to remind us that we are no different to him in a lot of aspects. Sure, he has, this insanely unique talent that mostly no one else has, but that doesn't make him superhuman. Not really. Obviously, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna treat him like he's some kind of like supernatural entity. Like that's like the modern day Superman. Superman 7 might go, but no, here he's just very very honestly admitting his humanity. In conjunction with the following line, though, it adds texture to "I Need Frost on My Grave" by lightly referencing those snowy winters that I mentioned before that they have in Toronto, and it suggests the in some sense he would feel most comfortable when he dies to be back at home in a place that he's so comfortable and familiar with. Though the other layer to "I Need Frost on My Grave" is a metaphor where Miles is basically asking for his flowers. Similar to how ice is a colloquial term for jewelry, frost here is symbolic for flowers, and it suggests that he wants his grave to be a monument of everything he's ever worked for. And I think him being able to ask for that kind of really speaks volumes about his confidence in the way his evolution has kind of been shaped thus far. Following on from that with "So take me home" and "So take me and bury me deep in the north, right where the dirt the hardest," is where I started to hesitate initially when analyzing this. I had absolutely kind of no real indication of where I would go and what I would think of or what connections I could draw. And so I started kind of researching things that I never expected to kind of be research. I mean, in the intro I was researching fucking the emotional capacity of geese, but here I was very much researching kind of the geological structure of Ontario here and just Canada as a whole. And that kind of gave me what I wanted to talk about here because the first line is like a reference to the northernmost parts of Ontario where the ground is almost entirely comprised of bedrock and exposed terrain and is for the most part completely devoid of dirt. And a big example of this is the Canadian Shield, which is one of the big mountain ranges in the northwest of Ontario. There's absolutely nothing there except for like bedrock and crags. It's basically unlivable. And I think a lot of the logic and metaphor behind this seems to be that he wants it to be very impossible for the world to bury him. Hence, "where the dirt the hardest," which is texturized by the notable lack of said dirt in those regions of northern Canada. and Northern Ontario, which shows just how little he wants his mark on this earth to be buried. You know, he kind of goes on to capitalize on that in the two lines that follow, with the top of this shit is my target. I'm dying just happy. I'm dying happy just knowing I marked it, but I might. Which is that same confidence that ends the chorus in a way that really shows the faith in his talents radiating through in the best way possible. The first line here is kind of a testament to his faith and set abilities, the community he's built, and the Sewerperson identity as a whole, and what we've come to know it as. And it's something we've seen just how happy that it makes him time and time again, even as recently as the Nashville show, which further fueled his drive to be wherever his fans are. It shows that as he's matured into the Sewerperson personality and persona, we've seen such an insane growth in how happy this identity makes him, as opposed to a lot of the sadness that being Ninetales ended up giving with him. When he was Ninetales, he was left with a lot of that same kind of realization that even though he wanted to evolve, nobody else wanted to. But now as Sewerperson, he is free to evolve in all the ways that he so chooses. The line that follows this adds a lot more of the pride that we've seen throughout and will continue to see after this, and ultimately gives us all peace of mind that he's happy with how far he's come, and just knowing that he's had the chance to reach his hand beyond normal limits, and that he's set a goal that seems so impossible to everyone else, but he doesn't care about that feat being impossible. The "but I might" ad-lib that's tacked onto the end adds a lot of faith in himself and confidence that we've heard prior, and just brims so seamlessly. And it's so refreshing to see him be proud of himself, and the distance he sees ahead of him keeps shortening, but at the same time keeps expanding as those ceilings keep getting made larger by himself. He always talks about having goals and how having just one goal is not enough. He needs to keep making new goals for when he beats the goals that he knows he will do. And I think that is such an incredible thing to live by. Every time you think you're going to break a goal, you set a new one before you can break it, so you know what you're working to next. Devin Heber, the floor is yours.
Yeah, did you have something? I got something.
So I see, shit. I didn't have this, but as you were talking, I was just like, north, top, marked it. North, top. He marked the top. He sees the top. That's his vision. Basically, I see. This is where the difference of our breakdowns come in, because I see the frost on his grave becoming kind of like an image of acceptance. He's tired but at peace with where he's headed. Um, the cold's clearing his vision, slapping him in the face. He blew his high. And the air stings, but it's honest. And saying he wanted to be buried deep in the north is an ode to Canada's position, Toronto's position. But I also feel like it's also his way of saying he's found his meaning in endurance to get to the top. So bury me in the north is not only bury me at home, but he's saying bury me at the top where I belong. Kind of with, we said this off, and you might get to it, but I do agree with what you said. He's kind of, this is where the song's kind of where he's like, this is everything I talked about. This is everything we talked about. Like, it's here, yeah. So
Yeah.
if he dies, if it comes to the point where he needs to be buried, he's left the mark at the top where he wanted to be.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, fuck, dude. Yeah, that's an incredible way of looking at it.
I just took
Holy
everything
shit.
so literally, you know. That's why this episode's probably going to be fascinating to watch back because we're all interpreting it. It's not just me sitting back like,
No. It's crazy though because you know like it's very true and kind of nothing that's been said so far is far fetched in term like in context of who he is and what he's worked towards. You know, everything the three of us have said is very grounded in his past, his future, and his present. Like it's everything he has worked for, he wants to work for, and will continue to work for.
yeah,
I think it's so beautiful how evident it is.
Yeah, but going off of what Deb said, I wanted to highlight the fact that he mentioned endurance. Because what I was thinking in regards to these lines here, like in my head, the reasoning that he wants to be where the soil is the hardest is because well, good because he knows that he can handle that, you know, and he actually wants to handle that, you know, if he's going to be, you know, like you said, reaching these goals and actually like breaking these goals as he feels that he like will, um, then it's like to be put in that position where it is challenging to grow as a plant, you know. Um, but he's like, even so, he knows he could do it, you know. So it's sort of like, but he's saying that partly because but like because of the last line it says I'm dying happy just knowing I marked it. It's like he's already accepted that he has this ability. Um, so it's like he doesn't actually need to, but it's like if if he's not dying, then yes, uh, push me to those harder tasks essentially. Uh, that's what I was thinking about with that.
fuck yeah.
Dude, that's so fire. That's such a cool way of looking at it. And you know, this is kind of unrelated to the song, but I'm more related to miles per hour as a whole. But that just kind of gave me the brainwave, like in relation to this line and his kind of when he says, you know, 83 floors up, like these words hurt me less. You know, that really seems kind of like, you know, those 83 floors that you mentioned are just floors that he keeps climbing to. You know, he's going to keep reaching new heights and all these things are going to keep hurting him less. He's elevating beyond our wildest imagination. So, yeah, that was like a crazy thing that that kind of thought about there. That's yeah, no, the way you said that Heber really sparked that in my brain. That's fire.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I I literally would never thought of that. The elevator, the 83 floors up. That's crazy. Yeah.
So, anything else you guys want to touch on before I move on?
Solid, bro. God damn.
I guess in that case, then verse 2 we have maybe I needed a hand then, now I'm good on my own, shit changes and you like, which starts off making reference to the aforementioned struggles that we've talked about so far when it came to helping himself. Countless times we've seen Sewer struggle with autonomy and the ways in which he entrusts his safety to everyone else in his environment opposed to himself, and he's always sought to be free of a lot of the burdens and struggles that do come with autonomy. But here we see him start to move away from that and take accountability for the fact that that's who he was in the past. So by starting the verse with some unpleasant reminiscing, you know, he starts to shake that off and break into the next line that completes it with "Nah, I'm good on my own, shit changes," which shows pretty conclusively the indifference he now feels when looking back. Obviously, these things are still deeply rooted experiences that are otherwise traumatic for him. But with him saying shit changes, it really proffers a hand both to everyone who's listening to the music and to himself in the past, as kind of an act of consolation for the fact that these are the trials of life, and being able to dwell on them so deeply will only lend itself to much more suffering in the long term, which is something that as he's matured, he's probably gone on to realize so deeply. The and you like Adlib does very little to contain the kind of light-hearted pettiness and complements the shit changes with the knowledge that he isn't the only one who's changed in all this time. Everyone else has changed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's such like a fun, like, I might have changed, but look at where you guys are at. Look at what you're doing. Like, that's life. And then there's also kind of a possibility that the ad lib bleeds into the next line, that cameras inside of my vision, by kind of adding texture to it and flipping the pettiness that's being given to him more outwardly, and shifting that pettiness that people have kind of placed on him when saying, "Oh, you've changed," by being like, "No, actually, it's you guys who've changed too, and that's why you view me so differently now." On that note, though, following directly on with cameras inside of my vision, like I'm going blind just walking to stages, we see we see the camera symbolism that we saw in Ugly here, where Ugly has the cameras are blinding my vision to gray, which has its own unique and special symbolism in context of the song. Frost on My Grave has cameras inside of my vision, like I'm going blind just walking to stages, which takes a much more different approach, which instead of talking about, the impossible and drab bleakness that Ugly offers us, this shows us a very massive shift in kind of his reality now and then, because where Ugly fights with the fact it feels inherently damaging to get caught up in the snapshots of your sins and your past traumas, here we see a much more positive and almost thankful approach to the love that he does feel from all this camera presence, and that even despite a lot of the natural unpleasantness that people would feel when under camera light and being under constant surveil, it's here that it's apparent here that that isn't evident, because not once during this does his tone shift to suggest such. He carries his delivery with such a happy-go-lucky pride, which is the same that he's carried since the first verse. It really speaks volumes about both his character and the ways in which he's come to get used to being under the limelight. It's almost like he values this as character building, and it's helped to strengthen himself and build this kind of armor from public perceptions. The end of this verse, though, we have "Soon as I get my mind right, I so brutal I get messy. Soon as I see that red light, you undress like girl don't tempt me." Which ends in a kind of very similar and reminiscent vibe of a lot of old a lot of old Jabari collab songs lyrically, and a lot of the noticeable playfulness here in his delivery adds to the overall smoothness of the lines, and it complements the devious intentions in the last two lines, where he starts to kind of fight with the ideas of temptation, and it shows in a lot of regards kind of the strides he's made when fighting temptations to succumb to those kind of pleasures, where once upon a time it would have been so easy for him to just kind of fold and cave. Here he has to like really kind of battle with himself and kind of convince himself not to do it. You know, that's not something we're used to seeing. Once upon a time, it would have been a, hey, look at how I fold. But here he's grounding himself. He's quite literally in the process of this song showing the ways in which he has to rehabilitate himself on a daily basis and recalibrate himself in order to protect what he's so hard to build. But yeah, that's what I had for verse 2. So passing it over to you guys.
Heber, you got something?
Dude, I have like uh something super foggy, so really nothing, but I was just thinking about oh, well, it's just because like the fact that like these lyrics are like just a tiny bit different on like the SoundCloud description. You did like Seal, do you know what I'm talking about?
Um, I did notice that the some of the SoundCloud lyrics are a little bit different. I mean, it's the same through Miles Per Hour as a whole. There's like there's sometimes where the lyrics aren't there, or he's added an extra like
Yeah.
3 lines that weren't supposed to be there. Like, yeah, man, he's cooking. He's got too many lines.
But um I think it's interesting how it said oh, but yeah, I was thinking like how it says as soon as he gets his mind right, it's like that's whenever these like temptations pop up. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah.
but it's interesting how I was just saw it, it's interesting how it says "we so brutal, we so mess" like in the in the SoundCloud instead of like on the Genius says "ice so brutal, I get messy." But I think it's a cooler way of saying going about it actually. I think I just think it's just cool to see the differences, like I guess between like what he wrote and like what he actually goes out and says. Um, yeah, that's all I was pretty much thinking about.
Yeah, no, that was really cool. Yeah,
Wow.
I think I think kind of like the last part of this verse is very much like it's not a part of it's not a part of the verse or a part of the track where you're searching for like insanely deeper meanings.
Yeah.
It's more so him showing the ways he does battle with himself sometimes. It's more of an example than kind of an admission.
Yeah. I think so I've been taking the song literally. So when I saw a red light, uh being knowing what I know, a red light is a recording light. So it's like that
It makes sense of
girl,
that.
yeah, that girl is trying to essentially pull him away from what he's been so focused on, might be taking time away from her, and him at the end saying like don't tempt me is him finally, like you said, so in his old music it would be he'd fold. He'd go, to where she's calling even though he's recording. Um I think the confidence and I think it's all there. I think this versus him moving from um codependence, needing the validation from people, to more like self reliance. Um, not necessarily like from needing help to standing alone, but it's this verse kind of like symbolizes him like I don't need I don't need any outside sources. I'm going to stay focused. The cameras might be blinding his vision, but he uses the isolation that he's in as armor, and the uh the ice, the temptation that we're seeing shows him that he's still, although he's clearly not giving into it, he's still in that battle between control and that collapse. We can't, like, we still have to acknowledge the fact that he's human, but he's determined to stay focused and composed on that goal of hitting that red light and dropping these fire ass tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I couldn't have put that better myself. I think that's such a great way of looking at it too, because that's probably like what a lot of the reality of it is like when it comes to the setting and kind of there probably has been so many times in his life where he has been trying to put the work in, but it's like in the past it's a matter of one word and it's like, well, she wants what she wants type of thing. I don't get to choose.
Yeah. I mean, he has
But
shown in Nine Tails music, he has said, like, I have to work on this all night till the morning type thing. I forgot what exact lyric I had in my mind when you said something. A Nine Tails lyric popped in my mind, but I didn't write it down, so I forgot by now. Um, but I feel like it is prevalent, and where the things that he feels like he needs, he's let us know, like, the vices, some with some women, potentially past relationships, temptation has pulled him away at times from what he needs to stay focused on. So me taking the song literally, I'm just like, red light, FL Studio, girl, he's like finally grounded, and he's like, nah, I'm working, you know.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think man that's so crazy. Like so sometimes it's like so bizarre to me how kind of a lot of the ways in which like you say you look at things so literally, but for me it's so easy to miss kind of the literal meaning and approach things from a very kind of like topical or metaphorical or just like kind of those same universes the words kind of build in my head where I'm like everything starts branching off of each other and I start getting all these like other like ideas that kind of branch off into different paths.
Yeah.
I've like it's something I appreciate a lot because I feel like I have like when it comes to breaking down these things for me, I do have some trouble kind of addressing the reality of things, and I kind of find myself almost muddled in my own little days sometimes. But I think that's something that adds kind of a lot of texture to episodes like these. Whether it's me and Heber, like going back and forth and trying to like I'm like trying to get like Heber's kind of head, or whether you're coming in with kind of like, hey, this is my reality check. It shows it shows something to me personally where I'm like, holy shit, like this podcast is such like a well-oiled machine when it comes to these episodes because we get all sides.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
dude, I'm not gonna lie. I had no like idea what the red light thing meant, but when you said it like that, I was like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
It's
that's
the
so obvious. That's
you
so clear.
you've seen, like, in TV shows and stuff, the radio station, they go on air and it's red. As soon as that red light clicks, don't bother me, don't tempt me. You know, like, that's what I heard, that, and it tied it all together. It's like, damn. I don't know. And to add on what Sil was saying about having other sides, I like it because we have the textured approach, the every word has a meaning that's not just the word, Sil. And then me, I seem to come at everything like head on, and Heber's like the voice of reason. He's like, hey, it could be, it could be. Like, I love
Yeah.
it. I we got to do more of these. I just almost said threesomes, bro.
Bro.
We
Hey,
gotta
let's
do
see if
more
you're
of
trying to have
these.
more threesomes online, Dev. Let's go.
Chill, 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 chill. We're still in the Discord.
Yeah, my fault, guys. You didn't hear that from me.
Yo. Yo, good night,
Very fun.
Jimmy. Yo, Crossbreed, thanks for coming through and popping out, bro.
Oh,
I
good night.
appreciate it. Have a good night, G.
Thanks.
Yo, shout out to the chat too. W's in the chat for Fizzy, Aqua, Sleepy,
Ooh, fizzy face.
Sil, Sewer
Oh,
Prophets in
Hell
here,
yeah.
Night Owl, Lil Knight. Yo, shout out to all of you guys for coming through. Sorry, I haven't really paid much attention. I'm locked in right now.
Bro, we're all dialed in. It's so easy to kind of like, kind of forget the chats here sometimes in episodes like these.
yeah. Thanks for listening to us, guys.
Yeah, facts. I know. Like we're Luki just all like yapping in our own little world about all this, but yeah, it's always nice to see everyone show out.
Literally. Yeah.
Alright, well,
That's what I had
we
for
ready?
verse 2 though.
That Heber, did you say everything you wanted to say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's move straight into the bridge then. So at the start of the bridge, we have everywhere I go, everything I do, everything that happened led me right to you. the first half of the bridge shifts the tone from the previous two verses to something softer and, in all honesty, much more sincere and kind of intimate in a sense. And it moves away in part from that confident, energetic cockiness to something more personal and direct, something that's very grounded in a much more intimate part of the Sewerperson persona. The first two lines are filled with the sentiment that the same belief in fate we hear in other songs like Ugly is present, but rather than be used for consolation, it's used to reinforce Miles's trust in the process and how he shows that everything in his everyday life is written in the stars to him. And the fact that he uses the ad libs in every single line for this bridge entirely, but here specifically, kind of shows that reinforcement and adds a lot of extra emphasis and texture to the delivery of those lines. And it kind of serves to reinforce a lot of the intimacy and honesty that they start to build up for the bridge. And it really echoes the sentiment of Miles's dedication and devotion, both to those he loves and to his craft. While the initial intention of this bridge is to build up some semblance of kind of a love story from this point forward and throughout the third verse, some parts of this do actually make it feel, albeit unconventional, but much like a love letter to the fans and to the game, to his craft. I think it's a lot of this, while directly has a very intense and very personal meaning, there is that kind of undercarriage to it where it's like this love and lines like everything that happened led me right to you really could be interpreted as like his love letter to his music, like this everything that he's worked for from the times where he was labeled and categorized as something he's now broken out of to the new elevations he keeps reaching, like everything he's done has brought him here. Right after that, we have everything they say, everything they use, it don't hurt at all. I'm so bulletproof. This follows in much similar of a fashion to the first half, but the second half actually moves to talk about the ways in which his maturity has helped him to come to terms with and be accepting of external perspectives of both him and his music. And after all this time and being so constantly subjected to and surrounded by a lot of damaging people and opinions and perspectives as a whole, it's removed a lot of his susceptibility to those things, rendering almost any opinion that he views as negative to be completely invalid and leaving himself, in all honesty, as his biggest critic, as much we all are. This applies pretty heavily to his music, obviously, but it also probably applies to his history with relationships, and it really does seem to speak volumes about how prior to maturing, his perspective about love and those he loved was probably helplessly skewed in ways it wouldn't be in the present day because of those external opinions. There's probably a lot of times in his life where he's ended relationships, friendships, and all those things because the people around him have kind of pushed him that way. I know that some people will find themselves in a rut when in a relationship where they allow that relationship to control their friendships and kind of pull them away from friends that they've had for so long and things that they've been so connected to, and kind of ended up being quite toxic in their environment and the atmosphere that they built. And I think that this line kind of, in a lot of sense, seems to touch on that and the ways in which it differs now as he's older.
Wow.
That's yeah.
Wow. Heber, you got anything for this one?
Well, I was sort of thinking, well, Seal mentioned that this is like the start of a love story, but before that, before we get to that, I was sort of thinking like this bridge alone could like be viewed without that context as well, just like as like just more like a reinforcement of like the fact of like that this is such like an evolution piece in some sense, like he says it doesn't hurt at all. He's bulletproof. Like he's like it's almost like, or at least I interpreted that it's like now he's bulletproof. Like from earlier we were saying, what were you saying earlier? I don't know. We were saying something earlier about how the oh, I guess I was thinking about the the 43 floors up, like the words hurt me
Yeah.
less. What was I going with that? Oh, with the fact, oh, because like the everything that had been that led me right to you. I assume that's the part that you interpreted as like the love story beginning. Um,
Yeah.
I thought that the led me right to you could also be viewed as like like it led me to this moment of like I guess being, you know, is sort of what I was thinking.
Mm.
Um, like it's to where like now he's bulletproof. But yeah, the next verse probably suggests the love story. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I do get what you're getting at there, kind of saying that, as opposed to like me being like, oh, like, it's a love story, but also it's like him, like, like it kind of like in some small part, it's led him to where he is in his career. More so, it's kind of like your interpretation here is like, oh, like it's led him to being who he is right now, like, like in this moment. Yeah, yeah, no, that's really cool. I like that. Oh yeah.
So, on a completely different note, I interpret it as something completely different from both of you. I think this
Oh.
bridge is kind of an illusion. I think it's a false sense of security. And it's like an illusion of like invincibility. Like everything I've been, the frost has hardened me, kind of contributing to my theme. Like the frost is literally him. Like he is the frost. The frost has contributed to everything. So him insisting he's bulletproof is basically him saying that his detachment, his frost, has cured his heart. And I feel like him repeating all of the lines back to himself is more like a mantra than a truth. I feel like it's a voice, whether it's someone or himself convincing himself that he's untouchable, all but in reality he's just learned how to freeze that pain.
What the fuck, yo? No, that's crazy. That's so real. What the fuck? Yo, that's so sick. What the fuck, yo?
See, I was listening to
I
you
kind of
explain your take on it, and I'm just like, yo, I see this. Like, I see where he's coming from, and I was like, mine's like when you started going into it. Anytime you say a word, I'm like, damn, my breakdown's so basic, but it's also music so subjective that sometimes you look at the lyrics and you get the lyrics, or you're Sill and you look at the lyrics and you get a whole freaking Picasso museum of paintings. You know, like I love the fact that that we all three of us can interpret something so different, and that it just happened on this bridge right after we said it, freaking a verse ago. Like this is so cool, guys.
yeah. That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm like, yo, this is fucking great. Like you said that, I'm like, holy shit, dude. I'm like, well, I'm a little bit shell shocked right now.
I think
I'm like, bro.
that that bridge is one of the not main contributing factors to my theory of the song, but it definitely like after I listened to it, 30 times, I was just like, I'm comfortable with stating how I feel, just because it could be a straightforward like, hey, everything I do, everything that's happened to me is leading me straight to you. Um, but also at the same time, it's that, I don't know, there's something in this song that makes me feel like it's all like all the motivational stuff and everything, like it's motivational and everything, but it's him telling himself like, nah, dude, you're good. Like through everything, you're all right. When in reality, he might not be. Like he feels bulletproof, but at the end of the day, when the lights are off and he's laying in bed, is his mind still racing about the argument he may have had, or like in Dixon Steel, the arguments they had, like at the end of that, are you bulletproof still? You know? I don't know. I feel like I want more from the song. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want more of the
Um,
song.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy that you mentioned that. Like, also the mantra pull was insane. By the way, I'm just gonna say that was such a crazy pull. I heard that, I was like, holy fuck, he's right. Like that shit was crazy to me. I just turned, shit blew my world. But also kind of like that false insecurity and what you were just talking about right there. Like how I pulled out the fucking the 83 floors up, these words hurt me less bar. That same song, he has a line where he says something like, I'm sure these words will line my feelings like a Teflon vest. He says something like that. I think I might be a lyric or two off, but I think that also lends itself to kind of what you're saying here and what you just said. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Bro, is miles per hour a lie? Are we being lied to? Bro, insane.
I don't know. I got to look more into the. I didn't look into the album for my breakdown of this song like I looked into the album for my breakdown of Outback Outro. I will tell you that right now. I didn't tie all of it together like I could with Outback Outro, but I also like I didn't look at any of the songs like that.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason I'm kind of pulling these is because, I like when I was listening to this song to break this down, I listened to it 300 times over the course of like 14 hours. Like
Jesus.
I sat with the song god for 14 hours straight and just did the song all in one sitting. So and I also have like 200 plays on all the other songs. So like somewhere along the line, like you mentioned this, I'm like, wait, there's lines here. There's lines here.
That was a living example of why I want to keep doing these. That's so cool just to
Yeah.
be able to have three people approach something so differently, but still everybody's right. Because there's not a wrong. I said it before and earlier in the podcast. There's not a wrong answer for any of these breakdowns. So, community, if you're seeing this and you'd like to be a part of a breakdown, we're living proof right here that you can have three completely opposite theories of something and you can still sit here and finish an episode and not be like, you're stupid. It doesn't mean that. Because it does mean that to you. It does mean that to Sil. It does mean that to me.
Facts, bro. I mean, shit. Anybody who wants to come on here and blow my mind or Dev's mind or Heber's mind, bro, we'll all sit here and we'll all go crazy, just realizing the part of us is stupid too. Like sometimes it is that. Like
Yeah.
if you ever feel stupid, we're all a little stupid. But it's our stupid. Like it's us. So,
I love that. That was fire.
oh yeah. Now, everybody ready for verse 3?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So, kicking off verse 3, we have, so where you want to live, where you want to move. I could buy the house, baby. I'll take care of you. This continues kind of the same flow and feeling as the bridge, and it does emulate the vibe, bringing it to life even more and kind of expanding on the same said intimacy and a lot of the directness that the bridge lends itself to. And it kind of sparks and continues the same efficacious love letter that's soaked in some of the most honest and tender love I think we have ever seen him exhibit. You know, it's we've seen him lust. We've seen him love in a way that is damaging, but here it's very honest motivation of like, what do you want? What can I do for you? You want to live somewhere? Let's live there. And a lot of kind of his repetition for the first two lines, like that reinforcement is not present in the third line here, because it's like it's setting up the lines that come after this, where we move on, and I know it's word of mouth, but words is what I use because it's my fucking job and I'm good at what I do. He's like, you don't believe me yet, but you're gonna believe me. Hence no kind of like ad lib here. And even at the end of these three lines, there's no ad lib for that same reason. But these four lines, man, they're my favorite on the entire album. They are incredible, and they're weaved so seamlessly into a track that's completely boasting confidence in his abilities, and it seamlessly transitions the heartfelt love note of both, I assume, someone, and in part his love for the craft, into something more assertive. And that really does make a big kind of effort in order to corroborate the intention behind the previous lines. And it allows him to boast about a lot of the pride in his talents. You know, everything he's saying in these lines on the surface is very obvious, it's very intentional. But that does absolutely nothing to negate the impact. Everything he's saying is kind of just statements before this. He has nothing to back them up, but he immediately ameliorates that by saying that words is his job, and that if nothing else in his life is true, the fact that he's damn well good at what he does is kind of the point of this whole song. Everything he works at is what he's good at. So if you're ever going to have faith in him, have faith in his ability to do his job. In some aspects, this track really is kind of the culmination of a lot of earlier Jabari and Miles collabs, and it's highlighted by the effortless confidence and the clear evolution in both his wordplay, smooth delivery, and vision, and also Jabari's continuous production improvements, effectively showing that in the same way they've both evolved singularly, they've adapted into working together and becoming an even better, more unstoppable force as a cohesive unit. On other aspects, though, this track lends itself very heavily to the numerous displays of amending the struggles he has faced in his past. And it shows that ultimately his goal as he evolves is still to continue healing and finding much healthier ways in which to exist. And that's something that's very prevalent throughout a great number of tracks in his career. He is so focused on his healing now, and he's moved towards that when it's paired with the directness of this verse and the kind of assertiveness that he brings, it makes the sentiment feel so much more special in his intention with the song, and leaves the verse feeling like a final message to himself, to us, and to his past. It's nothing short of a perfect verse, and it's something I hope we see more of. When it comes to really thinking about this song and Miles Per Hour as a whole, I think one thing that we have to be very understanding of and hope that we see more of going forward is this confidence, because we've seen how it works on an album that's very, that is a Jabari collaboration project. Picture this same confidence in his pen with another Eric project or another Sorrowbringer project. we've seen something that's impossible right now, but nothing's impossible for Miles. So I want to see what else is not impossible. And that leaves the floor to you guys.
I batched verse 3 and the outro together, so I'm stepping back until after everything's done.
Okay.
How do I say it? I found it really fascinating when you said that this was sorry, I'm trying to remember exactly what part. Oh, so so the when you mentioned the faith that he has, um, and how that relates to the fact that words are his job, and about how he's good at that, and so that like essentially what he's saying that he wouldn't what's it called, like he won't turn on his word per se at this point, especially now having evolved and having gotten so much better with his words, you know. um
Yeah.
and I think this is like sort of from this evolution, maybe it's like one of the first times where he's actually even allowed to say something like, "Where do you want to live? Where do you want to move?" And that he can buy a house and take care of you, with such like strong faith, where it's like it won't fall apart. You know, like this will go in the best way possible because he says it will. You know, um, I think that faith in himself is really powerful. And for that to be the ending, and for like the last thing you said also about like thinking about, I guess, applying this evolution to, and specifically you mentioned the confidence to other or future projects from here. I can't even imagine, especially like how you were mentioning the deliveries, like the confidence in his deliveries throughout like this whole album. It's like it's different, you know.
Yeah.
Um, I think it's from personally having evolved that came about from that, from personally, I think. And so yeah, I definitely will see it in the future. I don't know, it's super exciting. I think it's really cool.
I think
Hell yeah. No, I agree.
part of the confidence is not just like Sil said, it's not just Sewer's evolution, but it's Jabari's evolution too. Like, just imagine, I, not to like break away from the breakdowns or anything, but just imagine how this project came about. Um, I know for a fact that Jabari probably didn't send all of these beats at once, you know? So it gradually, over time, Miles is like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And then he finds the outro beat and he's like, this is it. Like, this is everything we worked for, you know? I think I agree, just to concrete what you said earlier, I agree that the confidence in this song is a culmination of every single piece and every collab with Jabari that we've ever gotten. That's why that has to be why this sounds so confident, and the whole album's just on that same like, words are my job, this is what I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's damn well what he does. And I think
And he's really good at it.
facts. I think I think a, a lot of things that I thought about too is I remember when Miles Power started like gradually releasing, we even saw we saw Zol come out and say this is a generational run, and that is facts. Like he was right. Like this really was something incredibly special. Like we knew the tracks were good when they were coming out, but
Mm-hmm.
hearing them all in tandem with one another, it's like it's even better than I think we kind of anticipated it sound as an album. Um, Yeah, and I think I had a thought there, kind of that I never really touched on in my breakdown, but what Heber said kind of sparked this thought in me. But there's a very good chance that in some small part, the I know it's word of mouth part there to the end of that is kind of in essence also Miles promising himself and us that he won't go back to his old ways. You know, it's kind of ultimately a stand against his past. You know, we've seen him reconcile it since, but here it's like no matter what, I will never go back to this. I've evolved with my words, so trust in my word that this is what I'm going to continue to do, and I'll make no efforts to turn my stride back. And I think that's super fucking cool, actually. Yeah, I would never have even like it would have taken me so long to kind of think of that without kind of what Heber said at the beginning there.
Bro, we keep talking about words, and I think this is ironic because if you think back to the Gucci and Ninetales collab tape, words, I can't do nothing with your useless words. You know, that was an intro for 4 Once. Back then, his words were useless.
That's crazy.
And he's evolved to the point where you say, bro, my heart's beating right now. I didn't have that wrote down or nothing, bro. That's fucking sick. That's sick.
That's so sick.
That's a testament to his evolution too, bro. Let's go.
Bro, that's so sick. Yo, that's a fucking mythical hole. Yo. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
And the music back then was so like For Once is a song where he's pleading, where he's like, I need you, like, for once, just give me your love. You know? I think I'd be good with a sedative, you know, like sedate me to deal with all this pain, freeze my pain. And then he doubles back, freaking what, 7 years, 5 years, whatever, however long. It's when they dropped For Once. That was 2017, 20.
Yeah, I think it was like 2017, maybe beginning of 2018.
Yeah,
or around that general time.
bro. And then years later, I don't know how much he played into choosing that sample or anything, but I think it's just ironic that on For Once, it's like my words are useless, basically the song, and then on this one, he's just like, nah, words. These words mean everything. That wasn't even in my breakdown, bro. That wasn't even in my breakdown, bro.
Bro, that was Heber giving me like a kind of like brain moment into you sparking one off my. Nah, that was yeah, that was so sick.
That was like a combo attack.
yeah, straight up, bro.
W podcast, bro.
Facts.
We like joined together to make one transformer right there.
Bro, it's like the fucking Power Rangers in this bitch. Yeah. This is so sick. If you want, so you can say your piece on this bit, Dev. I'll go straight into kind of like what I have for the last two choruses. You know?
Yeah. Yo, Sewer Prophet continued the quote from For Once. He said, "Whatever you say, it's too late."
Yeah. Yeah. Man, what an iconic song. That was oh man, such a good sample. So fire.
That was cool.
But yeah, for the last two choruses, I have kind of a short exit statement written out in which I say, "Frost on my grave ends with two repeats of the chorus that are nothing short of extremely necessary and very fitting. By choosing to repeat it twice, this feels like a subtle nod to end off the album that, just like the first time in the track, Miles is demanding that same recognition that he's working so hard for and he's already demanded, and kind of consolidating that he understands now that his evolution is very much deserving. Even by removing the final four lines from the initial run of the chorus, it adds a lot of substance that nods to the fact that in his removal of so take me and bury me deep in the north, right where the dirt the hardest. The top of this shit is my target. I'm dying just happy. I'm dying happy just knowing I marked it, but I might. He's completely overwriting the comfort in fact that he would be happy dying knowing that he's made the attempt, and instead ends the track on a note that follows something more akin to the idea that he doesn't intend to die before realizing exactly what he set his sights on, and that in reality he won't be truly happy until he keeps fulfilling his goals of making it to the top and then breaking past even that barrier. The note that this song ends on is completely necessary matter of fact highlight the Miles finally understands the gravity of everything he's achieved and worked so hard for, and is very unmistakable in the raw faith and conviction he feels when it comes to his talents and his love for music, making it obvious that no matter how high his heights seem to get, elevating is nothing short of exactly what he intends to do.
Wow. Wow.
Man, what a song.
Yeah, dude.
So I took the last verse and the outros, well, the chorus and the outro as it says here, but it's probably just the chorus played. It is the chorus played back, um, with an ad lib in there, an ad lib in the outro.
Oh.
Is that questioning if he's all right?
Yo.
How's it sound in the song? I don't remember exactly how that sounds in the song, but you know my theory
I
of
think
this.
Yeah, I think that hunt is very apathetic in the same way that yet is. So honestly, it kind of lends itself to your theory.
So I have wrote he's imagining stability, love, a home, and a future, but it's still built on that distance that we spoke about when he's returning to the people he thought he would miss him. His his words are his livelihood, ironic enough now. Yet even they sound cold, seemingly more like survival than expression from the heart. Um so when the chorus returns, I think that's sealing the message that he's accepting that frost, the hardened core as part of him, and he's finding the clarity and rest in the same cold that once broke him. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Man. Huh. Yeah, no, that's actually I think that's kind of a great way to end off like your analysis of it too, because it's very much it's very much kind of confirmation of a lot of the facts that you came upon when analyzing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think I think your perspective of that, and even including kind of like the apathetic like ad lib that we have tacked onto the final rehash of the chorus, kind of really does show that acceptance. There's no real disdain for it, and he doesn't feel trapped in this acceptance. More so, it kind of just feels correct in part,
Yeah.
which is really fucking fire.
Yeah. Huh. Heber, you got a take on this?
Um, no, not exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, not like what you guys said.
I liked
Yeah, that's fire.
I liked that.
Heber's take is that he's handsome and correct. Yo, hey, true. That's the boy right there.
He's handsome and correct. He is.
Um,
Matter of fact, he is.
I would just say, sewer prophet. we kind of touched on that earlier, and just the fact that, you know, the reason he phrases it, like, this cold air, it blew my eye, I'm impaired. It's very much kind of in reference to where he is in his sobriety, and how much easier he finds it to kind of shake those highs now, and makes it seem almost comforting and welcome that he's able to move away from the static feeling of being constantly high, where before he would find himself so lost in like drug fueled hazes. Now in his current state, all it takes is kind of a little bit of air, or like a splash of cold water, and he's able to recalibrate. And that was around when I touched on kind of, when in Breaking the Exosphere, he ad libs with RSVP and says it took a lot to recharge me, kind of, showing where he was back then.
So you think the reason that he's saying "come outside" is because it blows his high?
Yeah, that's what I'd say. It's kind of, it's recognition that, not like, here he's kind of moving away from wanting to be high all the time. Uh, Kind of following on from where I said, like, he intends to chase those buzzes, but he doesn't want to be stuck in them. He doesn't want to feel
Mhm.
like it's the only refuge he has.
Bro, good theories, guys. Holy uh do we have anything to say before we get to Outback?
Just the fact that this song is fucking crazy cool. All right, it's even cooler the fact that it's the last song that we got, and that it's so
Yeah,
cool, and it's such a like, and what it is just really sick.
yeah, I agree.
A month ago, September 15th, 2025. We're on
Yeah.
October 16th.
Look at that.
And
Look
Sill's
at
already
that.
wanting to break it down. Look at that, bro.
Smooth month.
Legend, bro.
Let's not waste no time, bro.
So I know you ended off on a little note. Do you have anything else to say for your breakdown before we transfer over to the other one, Mr. Sill?
Um, no, I think my note kind of says exactly what I wanted to say. Oh
Cool.
yeah,
Just wanted to make sure so I'm not so very rudely interrupting your breakdown. Um
appreciate you, bro.
yeah, dude, that was all three of our interpretations of Frost on My Grave. Damn. That was cool. So, next, as we know, is Outback Outro. This is a song that slapped me in my face once I listened to it a couple times, for the purpose of breaking it down. Um, yeah, do you have anything to introduce? Heber, this is your breakdown. Do you have anything to introduce or set the stage for before we listen?
Super deep track, super emotional. Just that those characteristics alone stuck out to me when I first listened to it before even trying to break it down. Um, but yeah, let's just get into it.
All right, sick. Without further ado, we shall listen to Outback Outro, produced by, how do you say that?
Dude, it's so difficult.
Near duel.
Near Duel. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going with Sil because he's the smart one. I'm not Heber. I'm not saying you're not smart, but like,
That's
bro,
like,
this dude
How dare you
Sil,
do that to my boy?
Heber knows he's
no
handsome.
worries, I understand.
But yeah, Outback Outro by Sewerperson, and then Heber's gonna do his run through his breakdown. I believe. Well, Heber's leading the breakdown, and then Sil and I will contribute. Oh, beautiful.
run this place. He'll guide you further down a road unpaved, into the arms of someone that's worth your love. To chapping lips, it works, you can wait. And once you siphon all that you can take, his tendrils welcome deal with his remains. The smarts you have come to know so well is causing. The sludge just swallows up the worst choice you have made, and modifies your compass of morality in turn, to teach you how to shut the fuck up and behave. He beats you down and fucks up what once was okay, and strips for you the illusion of choice in his age. Fucking mute the noise of the empathy for the weak, and skew it into envy towards the company you keep. Just let your eyes grow heavy, and I'll stay beside your bed. And I promise you I'm real, as real as your own flesh. Just point me to your hurt, and I will do the rest. Is this what they call love? 'Cause I feel it in my chest, and I feel it in my head. Do you smell it on my breath? Do you recognize my touch? As I clean you of this mess, no, I will be your crush. In trade I will request the recesses of your mind, for in which I'll make my nest.
Or is yours, Heber?
Yeah, so I was Outback outro. Before we get into the breakdown, I just wanted to say that that this song, being so as deep as it is, and what's it called? There is a lot of interpretations. Before we got here, we came to the conclusion that there was like 3 different interpretations in our group chat, but I'll be I'll be leading with the narrative, or with one single narrative that I decided to go with for my breakdown. But I will be mentioning some other interpretations along the way, and obviously we have Seal and Dev to share their side. But yeah, so let's get at the first words here. It's how'd you get your hands so cold? With a chilling opening line. Am I right? But so first, when I first heard this song, I took it as like a personal question, like to like the person listening, and the cold being sort of like, how'd you get to this point of like lack of emotion or feeling towards the situation? That's like, I guess that's how I viewed like being cold per se. Um, and the fact that he says it twice, the first time softly and the second time more aggressively. Um, and the second time, it makes me feel like the importance is on the question of how it got to this point, specifically. Because like it's like he really wants to know. I think I think it's crucial to think about this. And I also think it's amazing how it's the first thing that we get to hear in the song, because anytime we're trying to fix anything or take something in a new intentional direction of healing, like the true starting point is like seeing how it got to that point, um, and then from that you're able to fix it. I guess it's sort of like reverse engineering per se. Um, so it's a good starting point to understand how things got there and where they currently are, and then you get insight to navigate from that point. Um, and then with the next line, I can see the frost form. Um, first of all, it's just a really cool visual, and then the important part I think to take note is that they are witnessing it happening. Like they're witnessing this. I should mention that from my perspective, them saying that they see the frost form, they're saying it to the other person that comes into the story later in this song, like in the next 2 lines. It says finally the vacancy is lifted, and I stand with open arms, and I have a friend to call my own. Uh, that's where like we get to hear about like this other person that gets introduced in the song. Well, pretty much like the only other person in the song. Uh, and it's like there's just these two people mainly, a conversation between them, but also like it's a story between them. Um, and he's saying that he could see the frost form in this person, almost to say that like they saw the way that the coldness developed, you know, so they have a little bit of not entirely awareness of how it got cold, but they definitely saw it go from cold to frosting, you know. um Especially since like they said the finally the vacancy is lifted, makes me assume that like this person is like recently come into their 97-year-old life. And I do think they're 97 because of, I think just from that line, 97 years in this home. um I think like the word home could be like referring to like the body, you know. It's sort of like how, you know, it's said that like the body's a temple, you know, and sort of like it's where the essence that is you like lives, you know, per se. So that's why I think it's just like this 97-year-old guy. But oh, I guess oh, and then the line right after that, the simplest of life forms ad lib. Um, the only thing that I interpreted from that line was, or because that was like one line that I really couldn't figure out why it's there. But the one thing that I got from it was like maybe it's just because like this guy's like just so old and has like so much wisdom that he views just this human life to be simple now, you know, now that he's like learned about, I guess, the, how do I say it, the intricacies of the human life. And then we'll see later he shares like, I guess, oh, he shares some of those intricacies, um and I guess their nature. But so with the whole being 97 years old thing, uh I guess this is where I wanted to briefly mention that this is that this song is I also to re-mention that this song is the last song of the album You Go, I'll Wait. And so Seal had told me about this narrative, or this theory behind what the album You Go I'll Wait is. Um and well, it ties into this little part of like who this guy is a little bit. So like Seal, did you want to like describe the theory, or do you want me to like give a basis of it real quick and then you describe further?
Yeah, so kind of what I had like when I came into fruition with this idea is that um initially Yuga always starts off with House of Moss, and it seems almost from the perspective of a ghost coming to terms with his life and kind of the decisions that he's made like up until that point. And it's kind of what he says, the starting line, you know, so the paper reads, I must have died. I hope I knew what to fight for, because now it has cost my life. Kind of, you know, driving home, like he really hopes the decisions that has led up to this point in his life and that have ultimately killed him have made
Mhm.
it kind of worth it. Um, but my thought was that actually, in terms of a chronological project, Outback Outro comes before the before House of Moss, and the album starts with House of Moss because it's ultimately this ghost coming to terms with how he's died and what's led him there. And so between House of Moss and Outback Outro, we have kind of almost a grueling retelling of all of the things that this guy has done in his life that he can find fault with, or he feels would have ultimately led him to such an unsightly death almost. And so by the time we get to Outback Outro, we see this same grievance that is met with at the end ultimately a very important form of acceptance, which, as Dev has said to us, is both present in Outback Outro, but also is present at the end of House of Moss. So if you look at it chronologically and you place House of Moss after Outback Outro, we in fact get the story of a guy at the end of his life after all of his decisions of ultimately led to his death. And then House of Moss starts by beginning to cleanse him of that. We see him start to accept it in the end of Outback Outro, but that acceptance moves into something more sincere and more purposeful when he becomes a ghost, so to speak. And so by ending with House of Moss, we get kind of the final embellishment on the tale.
That's sick.
Yeah, so to rehash, essentially, oh, so the reason he's 97 here is because like he's like the whole album was like his life, aside from the first song being like the actual true ending, being like after his life is over, but all the other songs would be considered like moments in his life, where he's like, I guess, dealing with trials and tribulations of life essentially, but also I guess maybe not acting in the best way in those songs. I think this song is like, I think Seal mentioned it, like his redemption. I don't know. Did you say that, or did you? How did you classify this?
It's a start to his acceptance.
Oh, upset, or but that's kind of, or did you say that about House of Moss? Or
I said House of Moss builds on that and ultimately
oh,
kind of shows, like, cleanses him of all that, because now he's a ghost and he's able to separate himself. But
yeah.
um this song is a lot to deal with trying to move on and accept the shame at the end of life so he can ultimately pass on, at least peacefully.
Yeah, yeah, I totally see that. Okay. Well, yeah. So that's why he's 97. He's presumably, or at least with the theory, like the same guy throughout the album. And now this is like the last piece. But I broke this song down like sort of without even thinking about that. It just really fits well with the song. Um, so now we're sort of at the and I have made a friend to call my own. So this person, this child I will safeguard, has stepped into their life now. And Oh, I think it's a clear telling of good intentions that this old person lets us know he views this other person who stepped in as a child. I think maybe because he's so old, um, and like he just sort of views like anybody young with like, I guess, well, anybody young as a child that he can like teach per se, just because he's like so old, has a bunch of wisdom, teach anybody that's like younger than him or whatever, um about something. And uh oh, and I think the word safeguard here, I think, is used in the same vein we'll see near the end, where we see where he says, "No, I will be your crutch." uh And he says that because even after he passes away, the wisdom that he will have shared is partly what's going to help keep them safe and guard them, and also like be their crutch per se. Um, so that's that. So that's that line. Should I? Sorry, I'm trying to think. Oh, at what point should I ask you guys about like? Because these next couple lines are like.
I'm gonna wait until after the verse.
Okay. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Okay. Um. Hopefully you take to me as I have done. This line, I think, just sort of is the first telling of more clarity on his intentions. Hopefully you take to me as I have done. It's like this person wants them to follow in their footsteps, or at least that's the way that I interpret it. I know it's like a couple other ways to take it. But and I say that that's like his intentions because that's like what I interpreted that he does throughout the rest of the song is give away like his wisdom. But obviously in some sense he still is wrestling with like his shame because like he's obviously he highlights the monster of shame later. I think because he's dealing with it as well. So it's not only because it's to help the person, but it's also like a closure thing for himself as well. But yeah, the next line is just a further clarity. And let me warm the weak of your bones. He's sort of saying he wants to bring comfort to the deepest of the wounds that they have, and help those wounds in some way, and in any way that he can. And passion takes a minute. I think this what this line is talking about is like the passion that he's gained, now as 97 years old, and how it took a while before he felt this conviction, and that he feels now that this conviction that he's now trying to keep, like he feels that this passion, what's it called, or part of the passion, so is that he wants to keep it alive through like this other person now that's in their life. And this is partly sharing like the first piece of advice to them that it's gonna take a while. Uh, but also it's like this is the beginning of just a reflection of how he is, um, and how for him it took a while. And then the next line, even clearer, he says, "Let me pick the poison from your soul." Just sort of metaphorically saying what his intentions are here, just to get rid of anything bad that's inside of this person. And with the "let me speak my baritones strictly from your throat," it's sort of like once he is dead, the only way that he will be able to speak is through through their words that he has now taught them in some sense, and that's like this is sort of like the first instance where we see how deeply he wants to affect this other person, and how much he wants to affect this other person, so much so that he wants to affect them so much to where the words that they speak are like undoubtedly connected to his teachings in some sense. Um, or at least that's that's how I viewed it. Yeah. And then the next line, "Your family's found routine. I think it's better they don't know." From my perspective, this was like at this point he they've talked for a while, and now he's understood the depths of those weakest bones that were talked about earlier. And so like how that translates to the conversation is that now he understands the trauma that has caused this person to be how they are now, or the trauma that caused those wounds, and sort of like going back to the first line, "How'd your hands get so cold?" Now that he understands how the hands have gotten so cold, he and and from that, I assume he has an idea of where to take that into a direction of healing. He shares that he doesn't think that like his family, or the family of the person he's trying to help, will, like, them knowing about this trauma will help in any way for their situation, because like it says, their family's found routine, they're busy, and it's also just a relatable experience, perhaps, for a lot of people who like um well, whose family are just in a very different position from they are, or have just experienced some really traumatic trauma, that it's like genuinely it won't, like, making progress with it, there won't be progress made with like sharing it with their family, because it's so like the the steps to take forward are so unique and well, sometimes personal and like just sort of you. Sometimes you need to handle things, I guess, or sometimes people aren't the right people to help with certain wounds, essentially. Um, and this verse is him sort of just saying that this is how he thinks his their family will react to the wounds, which it will be in a non-helpful way. But yeah, those are my thoughts on the first verse here. But I know. Oh, oh, sorry. Well, before I kind of say, or before I let you guys give your interpretations, the one other, I guess, interpretation that I viewed of this set of lyrics was sort of like a romantic tone per se, like just because of like without thinking of like the story narrative that I've chosen to go with, the lines like "Let me warm the weakest of your bones" and like "Let me pick the poison from your soul" and "Let me speak my baritone from your throat." It's very reminiscent of like in a relationship, like wanting to help fix like the partner or like heal them through understanding them. Um, so I don't know. I just wanted to mention that perspective, even though I don't think that's what's going on here, and I like didn't interpret it in like a romantic tone. I definitely think it could be viewed that way. Or like that's one of the other perspectives that I was like wrestling with whenever I was breaking this down. But yeah, I ended up not viewing it that way because this guy's like 97 and is about to die. Yeah.
Um,
Not facts. Old people can't love.
Oh yeah, no, that's not what I mean, but yeah.
oh man. Um, shit. Still, you got something for that? You want me to go?
Eh, I got like quite a bit. So if you have like less than me, like
Oh
you go
yeah.
first, and then
Oh yeah. So I think the intro, more so the first two lines, I'm including what's labeled as the intro in the first line of verse one, is kind of like I feel like this is like an internal monologue. After listening to the whole song, I think um what's later referred to as a monster is the one asking him those questions. Uh and I think the lines are setting up distance and weathering. Um which with weathering is erosion is decay. So it's kind of setting the scene, and it comes in so strong with the element. I turned the song on, and the first thing I was like, "Ooh, beautiful," because there's such an ambience, beautiful. It sounds like water flowing in the background, and then out of nowhere, it's like, "How'd you get your hands so cold?" And I think I interpreted cold and coldness in this sense as vulnerability. So the intro is the monster checking in after long absence, a hiatus, essentially, kind of just loitering and testing the waters, testing the temperature. Since we're talking about weathering, and seeing if Miles has gotten has grown numb enough to let him in, whether it's numb to the point as we talked in the last song where he feels like he's bulletproof, or numb as in vulnerable, not knowing what he's letting in because he can't control it type thing. So as we spill into verse 1, I think there's warmth, there's care, and it all sounds sincere and nurturing, but at the same time the tone of the song is so soft, And there's elements of the production, like the heavy guitar chords, I feel like that kind of give it an uneasy feeling. So the words are subtly manipulative. And that's how we know shame and vices work. They show up pretending to help. And when the vice says, let me speak my baritone strictly from your throat, it's signifying that Miles did let it back in. Miles already let it, not necessarily let it, but it's already taken full control. So his voice is now shared with what is later named as a monster. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I totally. I think I definitely thought briefly for a second of like that kind of that kind of narrative. I totally see it. And then with like the your family's found routine, I think it's better they don't
Mm-hmm.
know it. It's like not wanting to share like drug abuse and drug like that's like
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's a very common thing to not want to, I guess,
Yeah.
burden people with, I guess, per se, you know.
Yeah. And just to know, I did rewrite a good chunk of my Outback outro breakdown after we tied it to the end of House of Moss, and then I listened to that album. So I went back and rewrote parts of this because I interpreted this originally very literally, like I did with Frost on My Grave. And I was like, there's a story, there's an underlying story. I feel like this is the songs where I feel like this is one of the songs where I feel like Sill, where it's not just the words mean the words. It's like this. Once I heard that theory from you guys in our group chat, I walked into a museum and I'm like, I want that one, that one, that one, that one, like it's like my brain just exploded. So thanks for playing.
No, I definitely agree. Yeah, listen, man. Is that everything you had to say, Dev? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now, I had obviously a completely different kind of like theory about like a lot of what this song is. And like obviously outside of like the theory that I came up with later, there's something much more sinister to this track, kind of behind it all, and kind of who is what and what is unfolding. Now, the first thing that I did kind of pick up on is, you talked about the ambiance in the beginning, Dev. You'll notice that it's very soft, almost harmonious, kind of, it's like the kind of chimes you'd hear in a lullaby.
Yeah,
You
dude.
know,
Like a park.
it's yeah, exactly. It lulls you into a faux sense of security, and it matches with all kind of like the crickets chirping, and it feels good to listen to. It feels safe. But before the how'd you get your hands cold kicks in, you notice the beat kind of start to morph that in a way. We this wilderness and this ambience is met with something much more dissonant, and it adds kind of this almost primal like urge, this instinct to the track going into the intro line and also the start of verse one, where that safety is completely removed from fact and is replaced by like this urgency and almost kind of fear and trepidation. And so when hearing how'd you get your hands so cold the first time, it's kind of, it's almost whispered, it's like hummed in a sense, but then it's doubled down on, and that kind of adds to the atmosphere that begins to get set. And I interpret it as like a skinwalker talking to a corpse a lot, because one of the worst things about like touching a corpse is kind of how chilling and how deathly cold it is. I know, like, from personal experience, like the times I've touched a corpse, it's the sensation, the cold feels so otherworldly and supernatural that you can literally feel the way it mingles with your senses, and it becomes so deeply embedded in your mind as a memory that it becomes almost kind of impossible to kind of escape. So that it adds this kind of inescapable feeling and shows just how cold this corpse is that the skinwalker has kind of come across, you know. But kind of almost on the flip to that, it's there's something much more like personal and kind of almost metaphoric about this coldness, in which it kind of it seems representative of guilt. You know, like how would you get your hands so cold? You know, it's very much like, yeah, like corpses are cold to the touch, but it gives this feeling of hollowness, like emptiness, like this person has become a husk. The fear of guilt and shame has like hollowed out, hollowed them out so much that the blood has run dry almost. And I think that was like a really cool like kind of secondary narrative to it. But then moving on like to lines like 97 years in this hole, the simplest of life forms, and finally the vacancy is lifted. I stand with open arms. To me, it kind of has this kind of like almost inference that the skinwalker has been waiting for like a long time, not because of, not because they're like dead set on this corpse,
Mm-hmm.
but as we'll see in one of the lines to come, the skinwalker has something much like has a much more important target, which comes in the line after. But here it's very much like 97 years in this hole. It's like, oh, like your life is so pitiful, which is kind of expanded on by the simplest of life forms ad lib, where it's like, oh, like humans are so weak and frail. Like look at how easy it is for you to crumble into nothingness. And then the finally the vacancy is lifted line. It's like, you're gone now, so I can finally take my place as you. I can finally start to work towards what I want. Becoming you helps me inch closer to my goal. So him ad-libbing it with, and I stand with open arms, adds this layer, like it's very welcome, it's expected, and it kind of it shows that this has been a long time coming almost. And so as we move into the line after that, we have, and I have made a friend to call my own, the child I will safeguard. So here the ad lib is very much marking this person's child as as the intended target. Now I kind of drew upon that based on the fact that in Navajo folklore, skinwalkers are are shown to believe that when making bone powder, the bones of infants and also twins are considered the most potent for making their spells. So by them waiting this long, and they found like this child that they can ultimately kind of use for their greater good. Here it's not like, oh, you like, I'll keep your child safe. It's like, don't worry, I have a plan for this child. Like I know what I'm gonna do with it. Nothing that I don't want to happen will happen. And so as he kind of mentions that, he says, hopefully you take to me as I have done. So it's like, oh, hopefully your skin becomes one with me the way I've been waiting to become one with you. It's like it's a mixture of this like yearning, and also the culmination of all his waiting, and it's coalesced into this moment where he's trying to make the transition into this fresh skin feel natural, which completely juxtaposes just how unnatural and completely ungodly that this idea actually is. And so as we get into the next few lines where, it let me warm the weakest of your bones, it let me pick the poison from your soul, it let me speak my baritone strictly from your throat. like the first of these lines, we kind of have him beginning to talk like, oh, like don't worry, I've already made full use of your bones. I've
Mhm.
cleansed them and turned them into something I can use. And then it's ad lib with possession takes a minute. You know, it's like, don't worry, you know, I've been doing this while preparing to enter your skin, while I've been preparing to become you so I can fulfill my real task. And then it let me pick the poison from your soul. It's like, oh, I'm removing like I've removed the humanity from you now. The bad part is gone and I'm what's left. I like almost considering him a like almost as if the skinwalker considers himself to be the good part. And when it gets to it let me speak my baritone strictly from your throat, it kind of it shows something very deeply sinful, because obviously baritones are in relation to like a deep voice, but here it's more related to like deep intentions and kind of how this comes from like the darkest parts of the mind. um and another kind of part to that is that like in Navajo folklore, um a lot of skinwalkers start out as good people. They start out as kind of very much the standard village like witches or like, you know, like healers. But as they begin to fold into more kind of ungodly practices and shift away from the core beliefs of the Navajo tribe, they become something ultimately not human. And so here we kind of see like, oh, like I get to finally speak what I feel through a different lens. Maybe people will feel this more now that it's coming from a quote unquote pure source. And then it ends with your family's found routine. I think it's better they don't know. This is like, oh, don't worry. I will, you know, nobody will know you're dead because I've become you. You know, it's very much like it's like a fake sense of comfort where the skinwalker is essentially kind of, you know, admitting here where he's like don't worry, nobody will know any difference. I'll make sure to be a good decoy. And that was kind of what I had for verse one, and kind of this tale of this skinwalker and how his plans are finally coming into fruition slowly.
I don't even want to look up a theory of skinwalkers because it's gonna give me nightmares. Like if I look up a picture, bro, should I do it?
Bro, you should do it. Bro, I saw some, yeah, dude,
They look
there's
like
some fucking
werewolves,
like
bro.
actually,
Is
yeah,
Werewolf
they
in
start
London
off
about
as
being a
humans.
fucking?
Bro, bro, from what I know, they start off as human, but as they commit more and more ungodly acts, like it begins to actually physically shape their form more and more into something less human. And kind of at their core, most skinwalkers actually don't shapeshift into humans. There's kind of a limit. Only a few, especially ungodly kinds of them, actually can become humans.
That shit's scary.
Yeah, dude, I'm learning about skinwalkers.
Facts.
What's it called? Aries in the chat said, "Does anyone else get drawbacks to satellites with some of these lyrics? The creation of Metal Man in a lab with humanity stripped from them and left to be monsters. Metal Man built to commit atrocities and persist past the lifetimes of their creators. Don't actually think it's related, but it feels that way slightly to me. Do you guys? Do you guys feel any remnants of, I suppose,
Hmm.
sort of that?"
He just brought a
Uh,
whole different theory to the table with that, bruh.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely
Uh,
didn't interpret any of that, but
wait, that's really cool.
but yeah, yeah, yeah. And because I mean, I really like that song and like what that song talks about, um, with like, you know, I guess the middleman in the lab.
That's the chip inside your brain. Just wait till you see how it performs.
Yeah, dude. That's interesting. I'll have to think about that for sure. But I didn't get that from looking at it so until now.
So sick. That was a good. That's a good Aries.
Yeah, that's like
Cullen,
crazy,
that's a
Paul.
good one. That's a good one. Damn, bro.
But yeah. I suppose we should probably razzle dazzle along.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, he said that one of the songs is literally techno animism. Yeah, for sure. So now I'm definitely seeing a lot more
Yeah.
of
Hey,
what
we've
you're
also got Man
saying.
of Scrap too. I'm just
Man of
saying, like,
Scrap, of course, of
Oil and
course.
bloodline, the bite of my breath.
bro,
That's one of my favorite songs that Sewers released in recent time. By the way, Man of Scrap is fantastic.
after
So is Dead Meat, but I don't know what he's necessarily. I don't have a theory of the song. It just sounds. Now when I come to you, pale at the foot of the bed in the dead of the night, like yo, that is
oh
so
my
hard, bro. But
god,
what is he talking about?
Go
bro,
on,
I
again.
had something that connected to my theory, or like when I was telling Heber kind of like the full scope of it, like everything earlier. Yeah, I kind of mentioned what I thought that song was about in context of that, which is crazy.
Are you?
Um,
Do you relate every? Sorry, this is kind of cutting into the breakdown. Sil, do you relate every song of "This Is You Go All Right" to
yeah,
Skinwalkers?
no.
Okay, so it's just this one.
So so the Skinwalkers thing here just kind of came as it was my initial take, and this album already has kind of a lot of like very interesting ideas exploring kind of dehumanization and creatures that are very far removed from humanity. So Skinwalkers didn't seem too far fetched to kind of explore.
Not at all, bro. Because it could. Thinking about Dead Meat too, bro. Like
Oh, that's crazy.
it could, bro. Like this could be wrote from. The album could be about Skinwalkers, bro. What did we just uncover, bro?
Bro, we're bro. I feel like we came into this with three interpretations. We're gonna leave this with like 12.
This video, bro, we're
Easy.
already almost 3 hours, bro. Like we need 6 hours for all of it.
Bro,
Holy
straight
shit.
up. Nah, I never stop yapping, bro. We need all the input. The input's fire.
Facts. YouTube algorithm hates the long forms, but we'll make do. Like I told you the plan earlier, so
Yeah.
yeah. All
For
right.
sure, there definitely should be some cohesive breakdown of the whole album eventually. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on to the next part of the song here, where we left off. Oh, so where we left off was your family's found routine. I think it's better they don't know. And from like the narrative that I chose to go with, at this point in the story, he begins to understand what caused these wounds, and now uh has a sense of direction of healing, and this is like the first sense we get of that. Um, and it's the mention of the first monster here in the closet that he says has a name. We know later in the song he refers to the monster as Shame, but I don't think this is the same monster. It totally could be interpreted as the same monster, and it does work that way. But I think what's it called? We see in this line it says the monster in the closet, and then in the other one it's the one that you've come to know. Uh, so he calls them monsters, but I think it's analogous to like a spiritual demon, and like shame is one of these demons, and the other one is one of the demons that's like less aware. Like it's almost like you're not supposed to be aware of it, and that's like part of its nature. Uh, or at least, and if it's not a part of its nature, it's the fact that like they maybe don't want to confront it, and that's why it's in the closet, per se. Um, but one that, yeah, even though it's in the closet, it's one that eventually comes out, and seemingly like we see towards the end, or the end of this little the first passage of the monster, we see that like his tendrils come deal with his remains. I thought that that we're talking about like this monster, and well, I'll go deeper into like the he prays you see his form as something safe, but the his tendrils part, just sort of like from my perspective came really out of nowhere, and like he's like the way that he's talking about this monster and about how it's doing like these sort of like kind of okay things, like it's leading you to grow and venture from this place to down this road that leads you to arms of somebody that you love. Like that's not like a terrible thing. And to chopping lips that works so you can wait. But eventually it does come out, and that's sort of like how I was talking about with the nature of it being not looked at, but the fact that it's being ignored eventually makes it come out, and it's what's it called? It's analogous to like sort of like just when you avoid a certain problem or just don't look at it and leave it in the closet, it eventually it bugs you, or it will affect you, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it'll come back forceful, like these tendrils. But to say, well, hold on, what I write here. Oh, but yeah. And that's kind of like why it says he prays you see his form as something safe. It's like because like it's almost like the monster wants to distract you from the fact that you should look at it, or like look at the fact that it's not actually safe. Um uh and that distraction builds up its return. Um and this line goes really well with the narrative that the 93-year-old, or sorry, because there's like this other narrative or like this other interpretation that the the 93-year-old himself is the monster, that I had, um and that, but obviously he doesn't want to be like, he's saying this as the monster, and he doesn't want to be seen that way, and that's why he obviously says, he prays you see his form as something safe, but he's like talking about himself as he's saying this, which would be ironic. But so okay, so I wrote here that it's the monster does want to be seen safe, and later it leads them to take rest with, what am I saying here? I related it to the lyrics "Let your eyes grow heavy," because I thought it'd be analogous to the first half of these monster tellings. I don't know if I connected this. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, okay, okay. Um, so the way I connected it was that I thought that the tendrils dealing with the remains uh could also be connected to like the ending where sorry, I'm flipping between notes here. Where he says he makes his nests in the recesses of his mind. Sorry. Sorry, the ending half of these notes kind of made no sense. Wow, it's crazy. Um but yeah, I guess I'll share the interpretation that I actually ended up getting with those ending lines later. Um do you guys want me to finish off like the other monster half before you guys share your thoughts? Because I do have more on like this other monster.
Is it like going into verse 2?
Um yeah, 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 yeah.
can I say something quick?
Yeah, 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 for sure.
So, um, I see with my interpretation, I saw the bridge as kind of, how do I say it? It's storytelling. You know, it's the plot's falling into a fable mode, like um a storytelling mode. The monster in the closet has a name, so it's not the violence that we heard throughout the album that binds them. It's the bridge hinted that it's intimacy that's binding those two together. The monster in Miles, the monster in the narrator. It's a familiar past connection. And the monster's praying to be saved and to be kept alive through him. And this is where I kind of start to put a name on the monster, which we've in the next, gets revealed as what the monster is actually called. But for the bridge's sake, I was thinking, um, this is kind of alluding to addiction. Um, the monsters praying that you see the bottle as something that you can save, and you'll grow and venture from this place. You'll blossom, even though that you might maybe struggling with an alcoholism or something, you know and the bottle is going to guide you down the road unpaved. But so the verse, some of these lyrics are mirroring addiction's pull. It doesn't want to die. Addiction doesn't want to lose you necessarily, because it's something. Addiction is that friend that fills the vacancy. So
Wow.
I'm thinking that addiction doesn't want to die, and it's trying to keep itself alive, and it's convincing you that keeping it alive is mercy. So keeping addiction in my mind while reading and listening to this bridge, I'm interpreting the road unpaved as literally Miles' journey through sobriety. It's familiar, which is why you can have an intimate past connection with the monster. It's rough and inevitably a lifelong struggle. Uh I think I the the chapping lips, it works so you can wade, and once you've siphoned all that you can take, is literally him saying shot after shot, type thing. I don't know. I don't have clear notes on how I came to the conclusion that this was addiction, but that's what spoke to me. And his tendrils will come and deal with his remains. So whatever's left at the end of the day, the bottle's there for you to worm you up, to warm the weakest of your
It's interesting.
bones.
Wait, with that perspective, I kind of thought that like once like he drinks as much as he can, that the tendrils would be considered like the aftermath, like the sort of damage that comes after that.
Shit.
But I was also even thinking that the once you siphon all that you could take actually, or from that perspective, actually means like once he's like had enough of the addiction, once he like tries to go for a period of pausing, like that's whenever like the tendrils would be considered the withdrawals that come down, you know?
That are trying to either pull him back in or loosen.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But there's also kind of here like the idea that once you've siphoned all that you can take, it's kind of like like at this point he's done so much to the point of no return, so everything that's left over is just gonna get pulled away from him now.
Wow.
Holy,
Shit.
yo, that's
Okay.
crazy.
That's shit, bro. We all just built on that. That was awesome. All
Yeah,
right.
that's fire. What the
So yeah,
fuck?
that's what I had for the bridge. I just thought I wasn't thinking addiction up until, I mean, it makes sense. Your family's found routine, and I think it's better that they don't know that you're dealing with this.
Hmm.
You know, let me speak my baritone strictly from your throat. Drunk thoughts. You know, possession takes a minute because once you take a shot, you're not automatically hit. It sets in. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of this that pointed me towards um addiction, whereas in the last breakdown, Syl, the goose inside the jacket, he picked up on it. In this one, I'm picking up on it in this one. That's huh.
Yo, no, that's sick too. Because I feel like like even like, yeah, he names the monster in verse 2 as shame, but there's no reason that shame isn't synonymous with addiction. Like they are very much one and the same.
He feels ashamed of how he acted when he was, struggling.
And very very much like we see in like the werewolf songs. He's ashamed of what he becomes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's that's what I had, Heber. Thanks for letting me interject in the middle of your
Yeah,
monster
yeah, dude,
takes,
that was
bro.
good. That was good.
It didn't come out as clean as I was hoping because my notes aren't like for that bridge are not. I don't think my thoughts were connecting when I was writing this, honestly.
No, but it worked out. It's good.
Yeah.
I get the vision for sure.
Word. Um,
Um,
but yeah, that's what
moving
I had.
on to the yeah. Or Seal, did you want to inject more,
No,
or
no,
what
I'll
I
save mine
had?
for after because I'll just yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this other monster, or what I think is the other monster, is Shame. He obviously brings up. Sorry, for some reason I just really wanted to repeat the narrative that this could also just like these monsters. The reason, because with the wounds that he's found out about this person, and like from my perspective, him trying to help them, he may also just be reflecting the help that he would need in that position, but or perhaps in the position that he's in right now. Um, so that's why with this monster you have come to know so well that is called shame. It could also this whole verse he could also just be telling to himself, or as a
Yeah.
reflection. Um, the Oh, but yeah, so then we go on to like describe what I guess what shame like the characteristics of shame per se. The sludge that swallows up the worst decisions you had made. So sort of like every bad decision that you make, or the worst ones, get swallowed up by shame. Those are the choices that get attributed the label of shame. Um, or but it's such a cool or I don't know if I want to say cool, but just like such a because I'm visualizing like sort of like this just like sludge, like some liquid, like going through the sort of the choices you made. But anyways, let's move on. And modifies your compass of morality in turn to teach you when to shut the fuck up and behave. Um, I mean, this is a really crazy characteristic of shame, and it's really cool how he's able to like talk about this and bring this up, um, or and the fact that he's thinking about this, and even with like the next lines, but and for some reason, like my intuition just tells me that like these, he wrote this like very off rip quickly, like right after each other. These lines, I assume, just because I don't know, they follow each other really well.
Mm-hmm.
S- So the modifies your compass of morality in turn to teach you when to shut the fuck up and behave. like I said, to explain that is just like the. I mean, this is another characteristic of shame where like, how do you say, like your actions that are now labeled as shame, and you now see them swallowed up by the label of shame. um those are the action, and you feel that shame. Those actions teach you that you don't want to do those things again, and that sort of like modifies your compass of morality, modifies how you feel what is right and wrong, uh partly because of the history of how your decisions have made you feel. um and that sort of teaches you when to shut the fuck up and behave, per se. Because next time you come to a position where you could like, make the same mistake, make the same or say the wrong thing again, you shut the fuck up and behave, per se. Um. Oh, and then he talks about the monster saying he beats you down. He beats you down and fucks up what once was okay. Fucks up or what once was okay. I assume like what you thought was once okay. And just sort of that just goes along well with the modifying your compass of morality. Um, but also I think it's I wrote here. I think this is to say when shame is so ever present, it can make a moment that would normally be okay, and make it feel like even that you shouldn't be doing whatever it is. Once you were any whatever it is you were once. What the fuck did I say? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. My notes here are fucking twacked. Oh, whatever it is you once were anymore, and that idea leads us right into the next. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, so what I was saying here was that like an additional factor of shame and like an additional perspective of this line of that it beats you down and fucks up, like it fucks up what you once thought was okay is critical here, as in like it misconstrues your perception at times of like what actually could be okay, because you um sometimes like um actually isn't, because you're just in a shameful state of mind per se. And so it's almost like how do I describe this with the with an example? Because it kind of is hard to visualize without an example sometimes. But it's almost like it could be something as simple as like I wanted to say like playing video games. Sometimes there's like I sometimes I feel personal shame with like playing video games, and like but I mean, but the truth is that like time spent having fun is like time never wasted, but
Mm-hmm.
there's like this there's like this idea that um like, oh, I could be doing something that's I guess better, and that like that fills you up with shame. And so then it's like but and so it fucks up what you thought was once okay, what this fun time, like, that was once okay. Now you think of it as like something wrong, and I think that right there follows into the next line really well, or at least one interpretation of the next line really well, because like that like of strips you from the illusion of choice in this age. How that relates, I guess, is sort of like well, now that you think that like you shouldn't be playing this video game because of shame, then it's like now there's like there is no choice. You have to be doing the thing that is like good for you, that won't bring on shame, and that's what you should always be doing, because like well, because your shame modified your morality, moral compass to think this way. But to be doing that at all times, that's like you genuinely have no choice at that point, or you're not living life in the freedom of will per se. With free will, you're choosing to just be this like I guess forever like saint per se. But and it's actually like kind of impossible to be like that, because and that's like the illusion I guess. Oh, or it strips you from the illusion of choice. Or it's interesting, just the wording here of illusion of choice in this age. Like that's why this line is also very deep and could be interpreted in a few different ways. But it's what I even write about this song. It says oh, I think it can be seen in a lot of different ways. When I first heard the line, I wasn't even paying attention to the context. Yet it was still so provoking because the concept of choice and free will, because those things are just intriguing to me. But as it pertains to the narrative, I see in this song, this line simply relates to the feeling of thinking you don't have a choice in a matter,
Mm-hmm.
and this and that belief in this instance is a result of the monster that is shame. And this kind of belief can take many routes. Here we see the shame taught them morally what's right, and now they may feel tied to that obedience, feeling that they need to behave at all times like they have no choice. But yeah, like you're now obedient to what the shame taught you is right, but to be obedient to that, uh, how do I say it? It ultimately won't lead you to a good position. Cause I mean, I don't think it says that here in the song, but I guess that's just my perspective. It's a good like thing to want, I guess, from like I guess a naive perspective. Um, I guess we'll talk about that more after I finish. Like, well, dang, at what point should I? Okay, okay. Um, I'll stop before we get to the outro, basically. Okay. Um, okay. Fuck it, mute the noise of the empathy for the weak, and skew it towards the company you keep. I think that the I think the noise is being skewed into envy because they are now the the weakling that or the weakling or the monster uh or the weakling that the monster made them. Uh, so how do I explain this? So it skews the okay. So I have to explain this in two parts. Muting the noise of the empathy for the weak. Um, it's like an indirect characteristic of shame, I think. It's not like shame just does that. It's more so like the position that shame has you in that affects you to essentially like not have empathy for the weak because you are now in a weak position of shame. And I think it's says skew it towards envy towards the company you keep. Like that's what sort of naturally happens because now that you're in this like weak position of like feeling shame, um, or just spiritually weak in any way, I think could be interpreted that in this case from the shame, it causes them to view any company around them negatively because like they're in that state. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say before the outro, I think. Or I'll give like more thoughts after I get your perspective. But yeah.
Okay. Um. So my only real note for the second verse is kind of I feel like addictions kind of like alcohol is playing into this verse just because I don't have it wrote this exactly in my notes, but as I'm reading more like the lyrics more and more, it makes sense because shame, when you're shamed, when you're feeling down, there's always, if you drink, most of the time you're like, "Oh, I had a bad day at work, I'm going to have a couple tonight," type thing. So it could be shame is alcohol Shame, he's referring to his addiction as shame. I mean, that's kind of my theory of it right now. And the sludge that swallows up the worst of the choices you have made. You make bad decisions, you make blah, 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 something bad happens, or, the worst of choices, you could screw up a relationship. And what do? You fall back onto the bottle. And then the bottle modifies your morality because your perception of reality is all skewed when you're on alcohol. The only thing that I don't agree with, well, not don't agree with, but I can't tie directly to the alcohol is to teach you when to shut the fuck up and behave. Oh, it modifies your compass of morality in turn to teach you when to shut the fuck up and behave. So it's definitely, it has to, it has to be alcohol, bro. I know when I get a little bit of Doc liquor in me, I can't shut up. So like, you know, he beats you down and fucks up what once was okay. You could have been having a better day than what you're having after you're hungover type thing, and strips from you the illusion of choice. Your body, well, my body is on autopilot when I'm drunk. So there is not even an illusion of choice. Like that's just drunk thoughts.
Sometimes you don't remember the night.
There you go, bro. That right there is why I stopped drinking at Sewerperson shows. Just so you know. I don't remember the second tour stop in Buffalo. I remember it through my videos, but other than that, I was so, like, what's crazy is the first stop, all of us were drunk. Me, my friend, Sewer, all of us. The second one, I went solo. And I got sloshed, like, to the point where I watched the videos and it's like, he did perform this song. Like that's kind of just to build on, sometimes you don't remember the night, like literally, like that is why. Yeah. So fuck it, mute the noise of the empathy for the week and skew it into envy towards the company you keep. So empathy is a good word. Let me look up the dictionary. The ability to understand and share feelings for one another. Alcoholics have a complex. And until you come down off of your high horse, you're not going to come down off of alcoholism. A lot of people feel bulletproof, like frost on my grave. A lot of people feel untouchable when they're alcoholics. Like, oh no, I'm good. So mute the noise. Stop trying to understand those people who are coming at you like, bro, you need help, and skew it into envy, skew it into hate, skew it into negative feelings for those people, and distance yourself from them. I feel like this isn't either. I'm building this as I'm talking, bro. I feel like this verse is just speaking more into the alcoholism, into the addiction, and basically summing it all up, that the verse shows internal corruption hides behind logic, basically convincing you that your numbness is maturity or is growth or is healthy. I think that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, that's a cool perspective on alcohol being this monster. Or yeah, I like that. I like how it all ties.
Yeah, like I in my notes I say like it's the relapse rationalized, but like I don't want to say that necessarily because I think it's just I don't think it's the relapse yet. I mean, it is the relapse because the monster's taking its control back, digging its tendrils in. You know, I don't know. I'm hesitant to say that it is definitely, that verse definitely is rationalizing whatever happened, whatever is happening. but it's rationalizing it to itself, because we hear this and it's like you're muting the noise of the empathy for the weak, like, and you're skewing it towards hate for the people around you. Like, why would you do that? But as from the narrators, from Sewer's point of view, who's dealing with the struggles, he's rationalizing it for himself. Like, yeah, they don't want to help me. They don't know what they're talking about.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll leave that there before I dig myself a hole.
That's fire.
No, that was good.
Yeah, it was like,
So you got anything to say?
um, I mean, kind of, but before I kind of go over what I wanted to like my actual points for like the bridge in verse 2, I will just say kind of building on what you said, and kind of how certain things relate, like both like to Miles's addiction and stuff and like his experience with it. I kind of picked up on this while I was reading it, while you were talking about it. But it says the sludge that swallows up the worst of choices you had made. Oftentimes, a lot of sewage is very much sludge. So that kind of has like this connection here, and it personalizes it quite a lot. And like I think that adds a lot of weight to kind of what you were saying. Like sludge here is quite interchangeable for that reason, and it's like it's almost like like he's saying here that his past kind of swallows up a lot of the worst mistakes, and a lot of what he remembers is the good parts as the bad parts become unrecognizable. And that's kind of how it skews it modifies his compass of morality, because he's thinking about all these times, and all the bad times have been kind of enamored by this sludge, by his past, and he's kind of his brain still kind of is clinging here to the good parts of like the addiction.
That's cool how you relate that. Yeah, I see that.
Oh yeah, bro's digging my theory for me.
Bro, it just kind of came to me. I was like, I gotta mention it because that was super sick.
That's why I had an idea
I
when I first started talking, and then I was like, yo, this idea is like blossoming as I'm talking. That's kind of why I kind of fumbled, because it's like something sparked it, and I didn't have it in my notes, but I had something in my notes, and I tried to, yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm just yapping now.
yeah.
No, for sure. It's like they
No,
say. Sometimes I start speaking. I don't even know what I'm gonna say. I just find it along the way.
no, I feel that.
That's Deb
Um,
right there.
if I I think kind of just to kind of go over, I won't like divulge like everything that I wrote for every line, but kind of in relation to skinwalkers. The bridge, has like the monster in this closet has a name. He prays you see his form as something to save. This is kind of like I interpreted this as like he's beginning his plan here. Like he's putting his plan into motion by starting by instilling this kind of sense of fear in this child, and slowly kind of unveiling parts of the truth to it in order to kind of monopolize the fear, in order to like skew the path that he wants this skinwalker wants this child to take. And so, like, and once you grow and venture from this place, he'll guide you further down the road unpaved. That first line is actually quite misleading, because obviously the child doesn't know this, but they're never going to mature. They're never going to venture from this place. But he kind of corroborates it with, "Don't worry, he'll guide you further down the road. Like, he's gonna show you the path no matter what, and you will follow down this kind of predestined path that he's almost unknowingly skewed you towards and shifted like your worldview in order to kind of make things happen in a predestined way." And so, into the arms of he'll from the he'll guide you further down the road unpaved, into the arms of someone who's worth your love. the chapping lips, it works so you can wait. Here it's like, oh, he'll like point you in the directions of love and kind of show you all the ways and things that can make that love crack in order for them to fear that love and make it not feel like a safe zone, but in fact make it feel like something that shouldn't be like sought after and scared of, and kind of almost like make it so the only recognizable safe zone is within the skinwalker's grasp. And that's kind of why it's set up like this. And so it's like once you've siphoned all that you can take, his tendrils will come deal with his remains. Here it's like he's like, once you feel like you can't take anymore, like I'll do the rest for you. Like I've set you down this path, and once you feel like there's kind of nothing further for you, that's where I'll come in. And so as we get into verse 2, where it's like, oh, this monster that you have come to know so well is called shame. It's kind of like one side of it is him kind of pointing like, oh, like all these things that you've dealt with, like, oh, if you're unfamiliar with these feelings, this is what they are. But also there's kind of a flip side to that where um a lot of times when people like morph and shape into something that they're not proud of, they fall into this pit of guilt within themselves. And so I kind of in my head, I like on almost oppositionally in a sense, I kind of leveled this as because you'll see when people sin like in religion and they kind of fall from grace, kind of in the same way that Satan did, when he became a fallen angel and eventually became the devil. you know it's there's no he After a while he learned to take pride in what he became, but he was shunned and shamed by kind of everyone that had previously like sought to keep him contained and like keep him within heaven. So here it's like, oh, like you're kind of like this label that you have now. So this label of skinwalker is actually like a mantle of shame for him. It's not something that he can be proud of, or something that is expected from, I guess, his kind. Because like formerly he would like the skinwalker would have also been human. Like Navajo folklore kind of dictates that like originally all skinwalkers are just humans. They're just kind of people they're sinners essentially. They're people who like dabble in like witchcraft, and obviously, as a lot of people know, like way back then, like in like a lot of olden eras, like witchcraft was very much like the epitome of sin. So here it kind of encapsulates everything he is as sin, and shows like the shameful kind of like title that comes with. Uh, and when we get into the line after that, the sludge that swallows up the worst of choices you had made and more modifies your compass of morality in turn, becomes more a matter of like he's all the choices that he's making here are completely removed of that shame, because that's all he is. And so everything that he's doing now no longer feels like a sinful act. In fact, it feels like all it's meant to do. It feels kind of like the natural cycle, almost. So we instead of him like dealing with it, and it's the Skinwalker trying to deal with it, he's like, no, this is why I've become, and this is why I do what I do. And so when you see it goes, to teach you when to shut the fuck up and behave, he beats you down and fucks up what once was okay, and strips from you the illusion of choice in this age. Like, this is almost, from the Skinwalker's perspective, this is him instilling more of that fear by showing a lot of anger, and it's very noticeable in kind of the delivery of this verse compared to the bridge. We move from something kind of, like almost like borderline angry to a much more kind of heated, direct assertiveness, and it's like it shows kind of insinuating in a sense this fear that's being instilled is being used to mold the child even further. We saw it like in the bridge, like the buildup of that, but here is kind of the culmination of his efforts and the ways in which he kind of teaches right and wrong to this child in order to mold it into exactly what he needs it to be. And so when you get into fuck it, mute the noise of empathy for the weak and skew it into envy towards the company you keep, here it's like, oh, how could I ever feel sorry for this? This is what I'm made to do. So that's the least of his concerns. Like it's not something that is kind of bubbling on the surface for the skinwalker. He's so far removed from that like guilt and the empathy that really all he has left is the contempt he feels for those that aren't like him. For example, like the people of the tribe that the skinwalker would have came from that aren't like him, all he's really got left is contempt for them and the fact that they're not sinners too. And I think a lot of the bridge in verse 2 kind of starts the bridge starts what verse 2 starts like becomes, and as we get into the outro we'll see kind of the plan realized.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just have to say it again. It's really cool how you're interpreting. Or it's
Thanks.
fascinating to me, because like knowing that you were gonna interpret this as like that, but now hearing like specifically how the lines coincide. So yeah, maybe that's the right word. But yeah, with your narrative, it's yeah, it's really sick. Can't wait to hear how it ends. But yeah, I guess we should go to the ending here.
Okay.
The outro. This is a home stretch. Here we start with the let your eyes grow heavy. You know. Oh, so from my perspective, the let your eyes grow heavy is like okay. So I wanted to mention first that this whole thing, uh, Seal mentioned to me that he views it as like, or one of the interpretations, not the Skinwalker one, or maybe it might have been, but hopefully not. But it was that he views this, like this outro as like the old guy like talking to like himself as he's dying. But I actually think that he is still talking to the other person here. Um, and but he is also the one dying though. But the reason that he's telling them also to let their eyes grow heavy, I think is because like in some sense like they have to die too in order to like become the person that this old guy wants them to be, you know, and to not be the person who's like affected so heavily by these wounds that they've grown with, and to die and become this new person with those wounds healed, essentially. Um, and I'll stay beside your bed. Promise you, I'm real. As real as your own flesh. It's sort of like, or I viewed it as like a reinforcement that he will still be here after, or he's trying to tell them that he will still be here even after he dies through all the ways that he can be, and that he is still as real as like as flesh, even though he won't be flesh. Which I think is an interesting idea just on its own. Um, Next we have point me to your hurt, and I will do the rest. Is this what they call love? Here at the point me to your hurt, and I will do the rest. We have a rehashing of like the his entire goal here throughout the song is, you know, point me to your hurt, and I will do my best to heal this with how I can. Um, so it's the same well that we've seen throughout the song, and not only wants to help, but is sure that they are able to help, and almost like they need to help, like we get from like earlier lines. like hopefully you take to me as I have done. And then like even further, like the specifically the let me speak my baritone strictly from your throat is just like the very much the aspect of like that he needs to do this, not just that he wants to do this. Maybe it's like maybe he feels that he needs to do this because he actually like with his wisdom knows that it's like morally right, and also like what he actually should be doing in this situation when like he meets somebody who's wounded, or like and then like learns about their wounds. It's like the only right thing to do in this situation is to help in any way you can. um and so I think that's where and I actually think this is like one of the first times in his life where he's doing the right thing. um and we get that sense from like the rest of the songs in the album. Um, and I think that's why here in this line he says, "Is this what they call love?" You know, because this is actually like maybe one of the first times where he's actually committed to it in the most truthful manner. And so now he actually feels this act which he has committed, which is an act of love, you know, an act of helping. And I think that this line, you know, is this what they call love, coming directly after asking to be pointed to their hurt and dealing with their hurt, however much they could have, is so good because it's like it shares a similar experience that would happen with anybody who's trying to help with such passion, you know.
Mm-hmm.
um like after that the act of help has been committed, like surely you'd feel like some sort of like or even as it's being committed. Like, you know, I guess that's why it comes right after that. It's like as it's being committed, he realizes these feelings um, of what he's experiencing, and I think it's shocking, and also it's a really good ending because it's like I don't know, it gives closure to like you know this guy's like life, and also like what's a really good ending in general because like there's like this saying of like eh, in the end, it's all love, and if it's not the end, uh, then it's not love per se, or something like that. But and so it's like this being the end of his life, and this being the point where he truly feels love for the first time. I don't know, super poetic, but and we see here, I feel it in my chest, I feel it in my head. Do you smell it on my breath? Do you recognize my touch? uh these series of lines go so well together, and it's like you're having like the shared experience, hearing him discover love here in this moment and noticing that love has filled him, and as love always does from my perspective, it overfills anybody that's filled with it. And that's why it's like not only is he saying, do you smell it on my breath, because it's uh it's overfilling him, thus like sort of exerting out of him, not only in his acts but sort of in his aura. And yeah, well, I think aura is a good word for it. But also because he's just surprised of his like what's the word, his sensory like notions of it, you know. Like I assume he like feels it all throughout, so that's why he asks, do you smell it on my breath? Do you recognize my touch? And I think the recognize my touch is like also mentioned because like he feels drastically different from this now, you know. It's almost like he has died also before his death, and like doesn't even recognize himself anymore because he hasn't actually had this experience before. And so I guess, or that's my reasoning why he asked, "Do you recognize my touch?" Um, um, Sorry, I wrote here that I imagine this is the first time in a while that they were able to do this because they might not have seen anybody else for a long time. Like this is actually the first time that in a long time that they were even given a chance to like do the right thing, because like we see earlier in the song it says finally the vacancy has lifted, you know. So it's like it seems like it's been a while of this guy being alone, you know, and now he actually has a chance to do something, anything, you know. um and so then we move on here to as I clean you of this mess, no, I will be your crutch. This is him reminding the person that as he is helping heal their wounds, or as the intro put it, pick the poison from their soul, that he is now integral to not only the freeing of the poison, but now also the prevention of the poison coming back. Like we've seen that it can with like the tendrils, being away for a while, and then coming back. Like he's shared that wisdom, and because now he's shared that with them, they now know and can prevent it, essentially. And that's why I think like the "no, I will be your crutch" relates to that sort of like the wisdom that I shared will be your crutch. But he says it as I. Um, in trade, I will request the recesses of your mind in which I will make my nest. Um, I think this gives us more of a sense of what he meant earlier by speak my baritone strictly from your throat. Like he wants to really fundamentally be a part of this person in some sense. Part of my interpretation was that I assumed that he wanted to preserve himself within this other person's mind enough so to where like it sticks with him. And at first I thought this was like just kind of his way of like wanting to stay alive, but actually I think now it's more so like this is actually just the right thing that he had to do for this person. Because like I guess the confidence that they have that they can do good in this moment maybe, but also considering the fact that this person had like a lot of mistakes in their life or a lot of negative bouts. I actually think that like that the person that he's telling this to probably shouldn't listen entirely, right? But just because of like this idea of I guess like false idols. I don't really understand the concept that well, but like it's just the fact that like uh like yes, he's helping, but I think he definitely takes it like to a step, I guess, like where um I mean, I think he has the best intentions here of wanting to be in their mind forever for the sake of help, but also I guess from my perspective, I think at some point they would need to also replace that with their own sense of like getting there essentially. But regardless, it still stands as like his dying words, his dying acts, and even like the ending of the song. Uh, in trade, I will request the recesses of your mind, in which I will make my nest. It like in some way sounds like he's singing his last words, or just in the nature that it's so soft at the end. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much my breakdown, my interpretation of this Outback outro song. So yeah,
Fire.
definitely would love to hear your guys' ending thoughts on this outro as well.
Um, so here's what I got as my note for the outro, and basically the talking my overall theme of this. I pretty much the last part of this I already put in our group chat, so y'all know what I'm gonna say. I just want to say it because it sounds good for the stream, honestly. Um, so with the outro, I'm trying to say this better than what I have wrote because I literally say the tone's soft. Um, like yeah, the tone's very soft, but while
Yeah.
you were talking, I figured not figured, but it came to me like the tone's so soft, like he's whispering, like it's an internal dialogue. Kind of like the angel
Um,
and the devil on his shoulder. Like, hey,
oh,
just let your eyes droop down. I'll stay right here. I promise you I'm not going anywhere. I'm real. I'll be here when you wake up. Point me to where you're hurting. I'll take care of it. Um, and I feel like the words of this very specifically, do you smell it on my breath? Is this what they call love? Because I can feel it in my chest. Directly play into addiction and alcohol. Um, because it's that warmth. Like you were talking, like Sil talked about how how Grey Goose is in the characteristics. They A lot of people drink vodka, drink whiskey, believing it's warming them down. They feel it in their chest as a warming. So say you get a really good hug, a warm embrace. Is that what they call love? Because I feel that in my chest, type thing. But in this case, these last lines, this outro, is that monster on his shoulder, like coercing him. It's the monster winning, but not by a battle, because there's no battle, there's no pushback, there's no fight. It's affection. It's a false sense of security. So Miles believes that he's being comforted when in reality the only thing that's happening is the substance taking possession of him. Um so basically, I see this song as an open letter from Miles' internal monster, basically seducing him back into the grips of shame, addiction, and as we heard earlier, um, and this is where my theory started to change, because the "You Go All Wait" the whole album plays into this outro. This is uh Miles is being seduced back into feeling the guilt of what we were just walked through on the "You Go All Wait" album. And it's clear that this last verse is where the monster's taking that control, and where Miles is kind of just letting it happen, because it's ending on such a subtle but indirect note of acceptance. It's not right out there like, yeah, dude, do what you ever want, but there's no pushback. It's that soft, mellow lullaby speaking him down to sleep. Um, and I feel like the softness only makes the reality of it much more tragic, because we see that he's not fighting, and eventually he's finding, like at the end of Frost in My Grave, he's finding comfort and safety in the same monster that's disguised himself as devotion. It's like it's that false sense of security that's there. It's that I can't say it any better than that voice that's on your shoulder speaking to you in your ear, that only you can hear, because it's so there's it has to be there's no reason other than um like it's a conversation. There's no reason for the tone being so soft other than this being like somebody saying something to somebody. Like it's clear that this ending is a monologue with somebody, or him being coerced into just letting go of any hesitation that he has. But there's also, the song hasn't had any hesitation, really. I feel like this song, he's kind of just surrendered himself um to the monster that we came to know as shame. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was sick. Yeah, what the fuck? No,
Yeah,
that's such a
I
cool
think
plug.
with that perspective of like drug abuse, it's like I think the line "put me to your hurt and I would do the rest" really goes well with it, just because it's like it's essentially like the deception
Mm-hmm.
that we're talking about, because it's the illusion that the drug gives us.
Every time. Every time. It's people use to cope. Most people use to cope. There's some people who are just, I do drugs because they're fun. No. Um, a lot of people use just so they don't feel what they were feeling. So whether it's Oreos or alcohol, you know, like Oreos, what the fuck?
My
I
strange
didn't
addiction
realize
has
you
addiction,
said
bro.
Oreos until you said alcohol. I was like, wait, did he just say Oreos?
Vices, you know, because earlier I said something about vices, and you know, it could be just a vice. It couldn't. A vice is anything in our life that we kind of cling to as a way of getting through things, because we all have good and bad vices. You know, some people chew gum when they're stressed out. You know, I see that as a good vice. And then some people drink themselves silly after a bad day at work. I see that as a bad vice. But each person's
You're just not
compass,
in their position, bro.
yeah, well, each person's compass of morality is different,
uh, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
you know? And drugs, alcohol, Oreos can play into changing your compass of morality, because you can be like me and eat a whole thing of Oreos in one night and be like, damn, I'm a fat fuck. And then you double down the next night because you see the Post Malone Oreos and you want some.
Like, I see where this is coming from now, I think.
I hear it. I hear it.
I'm not even hungry. I don't know why I'm talking about Oreos, bro.
Nah, you just made me hungry though, bro. That's fine.
Yeah, it's breakfast time.
I
That's
was like,
why.
I was like, yo, that's better be me
Yeah,
next. It's crazy.
that's delivery, bro. Bro, it's 6 a.m. I'm about to go whip up some Oreos in the kitchen, bro.
Yeah, but that was my ending note for the song. Pretty much my theory is that just the songs, um, that voice coercing you back into your shame, you're feeling all your shame, feeling all your guilt, just to let it back in and not even notice.
Wow. Yeah. That's wow. That's fire.
So
Oh,
what do
that's
you
such a
got?
sick way of looking at
We know you got something, so we know you got something.
it. So I feel like before I actually like make my points about the outro, I feel like I have to like very, very implicitly mention that my kind of like my inferences at the beginning about like, oh, like, you know, you hear it like very soft, it's almost like a lullaby, and then it's immediately disrupted and becomes dissonant. The beat changes and it becomes this like almost alarm of danger.
Mm.
Here is where we see that disruption fade, because here the skinwalker is moving away from the terror. It's kind of like, oh, I've shown you what can happen when I'm angry, when I'm trying to instill fear. But I'm going to seal the deal by lulling you into this false sense of security with this almost eerie lullaby as I recite it to you. And so kind of the atmosphere here shifts away from like this very dissonant kind of alarm sound, and becomes this soft like chiming that repeats alternatingly. And then we move from, like I said, this fear to something more counteractive, this lullaby. It becomes kind of like a shield. It becomes protection almost. It's like, you know, I've shown you this, but here, let me protect you. Let me show you what I can do for you. And so what we see here, just let your eyes grow heavy and I'll stay beside your bed. Like, it's okay. You're safe now. I can do this. You know, just take it easy. Let yourself unwind. And then, you know, I promise you I'm real as your own flesh. It's kind of like, you know, you might think that the everything that I'm trying to sell you here and the security I'm trying to provide for you isn't real, but kind of it is real. And the kind of the as real as your own flesh is like a very, it's kind of his way of like, you know, like it's a reminder that he is a skinwalker. Like, after all, that's part of what he's after. He's after the flesh. Like, it sets up this hunger that comes immediately after. Because we have just point me to your hurt and I will do the rest. Like, if you're ready, just tell me. Like, I can take this away from you. And then we have, is this what they call love? Because I feel it in my chest and I feel it in my head. Do you smell it on my breath? Like, hunger, bloodlust. That's what this is. He's like, because obviously a skinwalker couldn't conceptualize what love is. So putting himself in the body of this human, like, he's trying to kind of reconcile what that might be. And to him, he's like, is this hunger that I feel? Is this what you'd call love? Do you feel it too? Do you smell kind of the death like that I'm promising you here? And so, like, when he says, "Do you recognize my touch as I clean you of this mess?" Is like, do you finally understand now what I am? Now that you're giving way to me, and now that I'm finally getting what I want, and this bloodlust is consuming your senses too. Do you, like? Has it finally clicked? Has it finally settled in? And then it's like, no, I will be your crutch. In trade, I will request the recesses of your mind, for which I'll make my nest. It's like, don't worry, I got you. Whatever happens, you're gonna be safe. And when he says, like, in trade, I will request the recesses of your mind, for which I'll make my nest. It's like, I'll be right here with you. But in reality, what he's saying is that, what he's going to be kind of just a memory to this child, and he will, like, the skinwalker himself will then kind of become the memory of this child. He will make quick work of what's left, and, you know kind of start garnishing what remains of this child when all's said and done, and use it for this, like, for the original purpose. And then it's just their skin next. And that's, he's not making, he's not making the recesses of her mind, like, metaphorically. He's quite literally becoming the mind. Like, their minds will effectively become one, in a sense. And I think, like, as the outro starts, it is this same kind of, like, the lullaby chiming, and as it ends, it's right back into that, like, that dissonance, and the alarms start sounding, kind of, and then it fades out. The beat fades out in such a way, it's like it trickles like blood, until ultimately death sets in and consumes it.
Damn, that's a good way to put it. Trickles like blood. Bro cooked. Bro cooked with that
Okay.
one. Damn. Are we done? Is that all we had?
That's everything for me.
Heber, you got anything left for this one?
Just sort of like some ending notes, I guess. Just like stuff that I didn't write down, but I definitely thought with like the outro here was like that the oh, well, the idea that I was thinking about with like this guy wanting to like be sort of like this person's savior in some sense, it gave me a lot of like, I guess, like thoughts about like just like the idea of like Jesus, I guess, just because like in terms of like he's sort of like going for like the same thing in some sense, like saying that like his teachings will help. And like it kind of like, well, the main thing that made me think about it was the ending here where it says as I clean you of this mess, no, I will be your crutch and the recesses, and in trade I request the recesses of your mind. It's just sort of like I guess like that's like the interpretation of like, I guess, like, or that's how like Christianity works. I think it's like you accept Jesus, and then you were like in turn are saved from his teachings, and it's sort of like similar to like what's happening here in the song, um or just in that regard, except the situation is just different. I don't know, just I don't know. I had thoughts about that just because like I don't know, just had me thinking about that. Just thought it was yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
huh.
Damn.
I think the only thing that I kind of missed out of my like point, which isn't necessarily directly in relation to what I had to say, but kind of functions in terms of everything within the song. Verse two, like the second verse of the song, opts for much harsher and much more aggressive language. You know, like I said, as a but like the outro and like the soft lullaby melody is accompanied by very short words, and you know it's like they're very softly spoken, like you guys have said, but in the final line, like it moves away from like just the short words and becomes kind of a whole thing where you know you use words like recesses, which you know we've seen Miles so commonly kind of associate with a lot of negatives before, and the harsher language creeps back in a little bit at the end, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also kind of lent to by like between kind of where you said was like where Dev, where you said was like you know the first part was kind of like the angel on your shoulder, like trying to yeah. The second part, it's like the and you said the second part is kind of like the devil. Like you'll notice that some of these lines are noticeably shorter. You know, like almost it's almost kind of a like less is more kind of a thing where where this devil on your shoulders is like oh like you know the less words I say the more likely that they won't need to be convinced because they'll just trust the I trust in my words type thing. I just think that's really cool like general structure from Miles and just kind of the way he writes.
Dude's a wizard.
X.
I don't know how to even explain it, dude. Shit, bro. W episode.
Yeah, dude.
Holy fuck.
Crazy episode.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to like listen to like other Sewerperson music because like for like this past like 2 weeks, I've just been listening to like either the music surrounding those breakdown songs or like you know like the albums. Uh, so I'm excited. I'm a little excited to like listen to like the rest of this because there's just so much music, you know. It's,
Yeah, there's so much.
and like the fact that you're mentioning he's a wizard, I'm like, oh yeah, there's like some really good bangers. It's been a minute, you know. Gotta refresh them.
Bro is a wizard. So, we good? You guys good? Got anything left to say?
Just the damn four
I'm
hours
all
in the
good, bro. I
chat.
just damn, just yeah.
Yeah. This is crazy. Ugh. Um,
Who did that?
big shout out to my boys Heber and Sil for coming through,
Yeah, shout out Dev, dude.
Yeah,
showing
shout out
love.
that, bro.
Big shout out to anybody who stayed in the chat for 4 fucking hours.
For real, what the fuck?
That's
Straight up.
that's
Yeah.
crazy. We've had somebody in the chat, in the
Gotta
YouTube
be.
chat at least for the whole. Besides us, we've had somebody for the whole time, and I can see it. So whoever you are, I fucking love you. Um,
Oh, my boy Lil Knight still in the audience.
shout out Lil Knight
Oh
for
yeah.
real. Shout out
Well, not
Aries.
always here, bro. The go.
Everybody
I'm pretty sure
talking.
Aries
And,
was here for most of it. Oh,
yeah, he's at work though, so I'm not gonna make him.
oh
You
yeah.
know,
No, for
he's a
sure.
big boy. He got to do work. Um, so yeah, shout out to you guys for coming through and steering us through those solid deep dives and allowing me to not just sit here like the dumbass I am and nod the whole time. Um, letting me be part of your guys' conversation. It was cool. We'll have to do this again. Um, I feel like we all were kind of at moments of this just like, damn, that's wild how you guys interpreted this. So I think it's so cool how much substance lives inside of these songs once everybody starts to pick them apart, bro. Because I think the difference in interpretations is so cool to see, bro. So cool to see.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
before we do
Yeah,
anything
100%.
else, you know what we got to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta smile. This is where I put the. I got a reminder to smile, bro. Damn, they're gonna think I'm dirty. I'm wearing the same sweatshirt as last week, bro.
Me too, but I just watched this and like pulled it out like earlier, so it's still
I
kind of this is still wet as fuck, bro.
I didn't
Yeah, I'm not gonna
watch
lie. I
it.
was looking at you guys. I'm like, wait, are they like wearing the same? Like just like a couple minutes ago, I was like, wait, are they wearing the same stuff from last?
Am I, bro?
Bro,
I'm changing my
I
sweatshirt
don't know,
right now if I am,
because
bro.
I
I'm
know you
looking.
guys last week were both wearing hoodies, and I was like, dang, I'm not wearing a hoodie.
I'm looking at the picture we took right now, bro. I was in the orange hoodie. We're safe. Okay, guys, let's smile for
Oh
the
man,
camera.
let's go.
Okay. Bro, I like can't find all of my sewer merch, bro. Like not all of it, but my whole thing is I have so much merch that for the first like 25 weeks of this, I could have wore a different shirt or sweatshirt. But I fucked it up. So now I don't even care.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
fuck it. All right, guys. Let's give a good smile for the chat. Um and then I got a couple more things to say and then I'll go into the playlist. So yeah. Thanks guys for coming through. Here's your smile. Okay. Cool.
let's go.
I'll get that and post it and shit. So, if you are still here, I hope bro's still here that I'm about to talk about. But so next Thursday, damn, 3 deep dives back to back to back. I hope YouTube doesn't get sick of the long episodes. But so next Thursday, we're gonna switch gears and dive into something that's a little more mysterious in my opinion. Something that I don't think can be interpreted straightforward. There's a community submitted theory or ideas on the other lands submitted by Sewer Prophet in our Discord. So I'm gonna have bro up here with me. There's a lot to unpack, and I believe Sewer Prophet may have some eye-opening ideas. I haven't gone through them yet.
I
We
believe so
haven't.
too.
Yeah. Uh,
It's just in my gut.
it's yeah. I mean, anybody's theory is gonna be eye-opening pretty much because there's so
Oh,
many
for
different
sure.
ways to consume and break down these songs, and then the other lands, which is an actual like story. I can only imagine, bro. Like,
I feel like there's still so much I don't understand from that album. You know, like
mhm.
it's I think for sure it'll be super insightful. I'm excited. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be cool. So, in the beginning of next week episode, I'm gonna be tying in community submissions that we've gotten since um the community voices episode, since I haven't really done any submissions since then. So hopefully I don't bury myself, but I do have a question of the week for this week. Um, both of the songs that we just broke down today, Outback Outro and Frost on My Grave, deal with loss and acceptance in life, period, in completely different ways. One's frozen and detached, and the other's kind of calm and surrendered. So, which one of these songs speaks to you more and why? Um, so I'll post a graphic on Instagram, probably with the announcement of this episode tomorrow, well today, and ask the question again for you, most people who aren't going to be here, who aren't here. Um, but yeah, question of the week. The songs we broke down deal with stuff in a completely opposite way. Which one of these speaks to you more and why? You can either do /confess in any channel of the Discord. I prefer the /confesses. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't get to Instagram DMs that quick. I'm not gonna lie, bro. There's still DMs from Nashville that I'm going through. So submit either using /confess, DM the convos in the sewer Instagram. Do I have the picture? I don't have it saved right now, so I'm not gonna pull it up. But yeah, convos in the sewer at convos in the sewer. It's literally right above Sill.
Oh, nice.
It's right above
Surely
Sill.
in the description. For sure.
Oh, it's in the description too. So
Oh,
yeah.
it's up here, bro.
But as always, guys, just thank you. You guys got any last words? Yo, wait. My last word. I'm sorry to cut you guys off because this is really rude, but he said, Aries just said, I'm too busy gooning on Instagram to read our DMs. Buddy, you got me. No. um, no, I'm just antisocial, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
Like,
just shy, guys. You'll get to it.
I'd like to say that, but I'm not shy no more,
Oh.
bro. I just I shut myself in once I'm in, I get in a bag, I get in a, and then yeah. Antisocial podcast host is crazy, bro. I can't be antisocial. I gotta answer you guys. I'm trying to get better at it. I'm still sorting through footage. There's some people who ask for certain parts of footage that I'm still searching through, because I do work a full-time job, so it kind of sucks coming home after working on a computer and getting back on a computer. So I try not to do that every night, but I promise submissions, if y'all submit and if y'all have submitted, I'll get to them next week. More specifically, gonna be reading off a ton of them. And yeah, any last words from you guys? I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had to address that gooning allegation because it's only half right.
This fucking guy, bro.
Hey, you guys, I speak the truth. It's 1:17 in the morning. You're gonna get the truth. So yeah, no last
There's
words.
nothing better than that.
Yeah.
Just pretty much it was a great episode. I'm very grateful to be here with you guys. This was awesome, dude. I don't know. I'm just start speaking about how awesome this was for like 20 minutes. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. So
For real. I guess following on similar fashion, I also want to just say thank you to everyone who has watched and everyone who does watch. Also thank you to you guys as always. You guys have been fucking incredible to kind of work alongside here. And it's always just a blast getting to come and hang out with y'all. So, oh yeah.
facts, dude. We'll have to plan. I told them earlier. I have I don't want to put it out there. I have a schedule and plans wrote for the next X episodes, and I want to get them on again, but I don't know if the next thing that I want to do with you guys is a deep dive. Even though we have so much fun doing them, I think I want to pivot with us and do something different and include all three of us. Probably not a community submitted thing because that's going to be next week. Sewerperson bingo would be fucking hilarious. That'd be sick.
That would be sick.
That'd be so. I don't know how we would do that, but that would be so cool. So we'll figure that out in our private chats. But for those of you who are still here, I don't know how. You guys are wizards too. It's late. Thank you guys for listening. And as always, this is Conversation in the Sewer. This was episode 15. Pain. This is episode 15, Poetry in the Present. The podcast from the people who built the community, who are working for the community, for those who live inside of it. We're going to see you next week, same time, same lovely place that has treated us very well so far. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, everybody who's engaging and everything. Just my buddies won't be joining us next week, but they'll be back soon. I promise. We got some big plans, and they're gonna be here whether they want to or not.
Oh, for sure. We'll probably be in the chat. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyways, thanks for making this a W podcast. Shout out to the co-hosts of the podcast, Heber, Sil. Go support them. I drop their links in the description of every video that they're in. Yeah, bro, if you're not in the Discord, if you see this on YouTube and you're not in the Sewerperson Discord, discord.gg/Sewerperson, join that. We have a role for podcast, and you will get pinged every time I upload, make an announcement, blah, 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 blah. If you haven't already, comment. Please comment on the videos if you watch them. I feel like the comments are going to go farther than likes, not going to lie. Comment on the video, even if it's something stupid like Dev loves Oreos, or even if it's something so sincere like Heber has beautiful hair. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate everybody talking in the YouTube chat, because every chat does put us farther into the algorithm. I have something called chat rate that's showing on my live control panel right now, and when chat rate is up, the viewers are up. So shout out to everybody who contributed in both chats too, whether it was the Discord chat or the YouTube chat. Once again, sorry we weren't really dialed into the chats on this. We were like locked in with our breakdowns, and this was like an episode where we had to be locked in. Anyways, it's getting late, so I'm gonna play these last two songs, starting with Bossed Up Freestyle, produced by Jabari on the beat. Enjoy this little jam session before we all go to sleepy sleep. We gotta do sewer bingo. We have to figure out how to do that. Somebody get AI to set that up. I bet you GPT would if I was just like, yo, what's up, GP Tizzle?
Okay, she said if I cancel, she gon' hate me. Okay, I just push it back to the next week. Okay, yeah, I know it's rude, but baby, I she. I don't have a heart, just a heartbeat. You ain't really poppin' till it's bare leaves. For a nice
GP
guy,
Tizzle is
I've been on a
crazy.
mean street. Versace chains run along on my silk sheets.
Yeah,
my phone's
yeah, it
on,
is.
but I let her text me. Stars up. Oh, it's funny when you front like you won't harm us. My Dodgers got they stars up. Oh, it's funny till it's not, and we mobbed up. And oh, I'm in the jam with some move. Oh, we pot shit night, just regular dough, be honest. You would hit me freaking for verse, be honest. And every time you fight, girl, message me nonsense. I ain't even hit, but I know that I got it. And she know I got bands deep down in my pocket.
Okay.
I remember days where they told me I'm dreaming. Now I got bitches asking me taking a Nemus. And they just want my money exchange for the semen. I tell them I've been wifing my girls are free. Hands on her thought she just want me to beast. She finna lick my hands on a piece for the ski. I'm hard because I work every day of the week. 2 songs every year, I ain't making you cheeks. They voice the shit on Twitter instead of a beat. That's why you a bum and your numbers are weak. Tired, I feel cut with a wide. I don't party cause I drink, I smoke at a spot. I don't fear them, I just fear on my habits and God.
That's facts though, I ain't gonna lie.
But a tweet in the top. When I'm home, I just focus on trying to pop. I don't talk, listen something about music and guap. I'm coming in her hair where you coming a shot. She told me she in bags, her backs and knots.
Bro, next time he has to at me.
Okay, she said if I cancel, she gon' hate me. Okay, I just push it back to the next week. Okay, yeah, I know it's rude, but baby, I she. I don't have a heart, just a heartbeat. You ain't really poppin' till it's bare leaves. For a nice guy, I've been on a mean street. Versace chains run along on my silk sheets. Yeah, my phone's on, but I let her text me.
And this is gonna go right into The Wind Blows. I hope everybody has a great night. Thanks for coming through, watching the podcast. This might be our most viewed episode while we're live, I'm not gonna lie. So, that's crazy. Shout out to you guys. Have a good night.
All around this neighborhood, the steps are lit low. In hopes of garbage all goes. Oh, 'cause everyone's afflicted by his aura of ice cold. Yeah. If you could feel the plight in which it carries you to froze. Frostbite to the toes. Here's a typical Friday road.
Okay.
That's just how it goes. Way up north inside of snow. So wave goodbye to normal life. I found a place just for you and I. Oh, we broke our bed down in which we lie. So our embrace must do where we will peacefully die. Hand in hand, our souls will dance when we're in the sky. This life feel like fiction when I look in your eyes. I choke up as I breathe out and try to gather my mind. But seeing you here with me, I can't speak without me crying. As I lay here dying, I tune out these sirens. Wondering how the fuck this world it got so
Whoa,
violent.
whoa, whoa. Yeah, I got love for you, baby. Let that shit know. Okay.
I've been so ignorant lately, I'm stuck in my world, but I keep going back.
Yeah.
I think I'm under attack. I get so paranoid up in my head. I should just get in a bed, but I'ma stay up till the morning and smoke me a sack. Wind blows.
Once again, thank you very much. Shout out to everybody. We'll be back next Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. 9 p.m. Eastern Time for episode 16. I don't know if y'all know what that means, but that means that we're going to be 4 months into the project. Good night, YouTube.